So we are starting. Okay, let's see. Code as code. Uh, is the record? Yes, the recording is on. So let's start. Okay, all right, great. Okay, so today we are going to talk about soil water. Now, when we talk about soil water, there are different terminologies. Okay, depending on what exactly that we are actually dealing with. Okay, so when we talk of what soil water, there are different word terminologies. Okay. Good. So you can see from my screen that there is one term on my screen called what? Called that's the hollat. Okay. There's a term in my screen called hollat. So when we talk of hollat, it is actually referring to what? The total amount of water. Okay. The total amount of water available in the soil. All right. So when we talk of hollat, we are talking about what the total amount of water present in the soil. So here, I use some simple analogy for all of them in this case. Okay, some beautiful analogy for all of them here. So now this hollat actually refers to the total, the overall amount of water. Let's say it has rained, and after raining, the amount of water, the total amount of water that is what available to the what to or that is present, okay, that is present in the soil or that's available to the soil. Okay, all right, good. So that is the hollat. Okay, good. And then the second part, which is called what? Which is called that's a word. That's a crusade, okay, or the crusade. Okay, good. And this crusade water, what does it mean? It means that the water that is available to what? To plants. So when it rains, not all the water is available to plants. Okay, so you can see that when it rains, okay, some of the water will run away and other water will soak into the soil. Okay, good. So when it rains, okay, like that, and then the soil is watered. Okay, so the total amount of water, okay, present in the soil, that is the word, that is the hollat. Now, not all the water, okay, is available to plant. Okay, so the one that is available to plant is the what? Is the crescent. Okay, all right, good. Okay, that is the crescent. Okay, good. And then we have one that's the word, that's the Eckhart. Okay, the Eckhart is whereby after, let's say, when it rains, and then we have so when it rains, the amount that it rain, that's the hollat. Then the crescent will talk about the one that the plants could absorb. Okay, so that's the one available to plants. And then some of them will be a runaway water. Okay, it will just run off. And so the water that is going to run off, that is the word, that is the Eckhart. It is not available to plant for absorption. Okay, good. So I gave a simple analogy. Let's take it this way that the man works and then, okay, let's say the wife is at home, and then you make what? So the total amount of money that the man brings at home is 5,000, which stands for what? The whole lot. Okay, and then the crescent is the amount of money that is available to the family. Okay, all right. So this is the total amount of money the man makes. Okay, and then the amount of money available to the family to spend. Okay, is 3,000. So rent, housekeep, and food, and then clothing and stuff like that. All right, and then the 2,000 is more or less the round of money. So that is the money not available to the family. So in this case, you can see my family is green. So that's one. Okay, it's referring to the word, the plant. Okay, the plant. All right. Okay, good. All right. And then this one, the Eckhart, is the run of money. That's the money that's the man uses to chill himself a little bit, get one shubi for himself, okay, say hi to external family members, and you know how it is, a little bit of commitment here and there. So that particular money is not available to the family for spending. Okay, so that one is more or less the run of money. Okay, let's take this way that the funeral money, the you are going for a friend's engagement, friend's adore, and stuff like that. So all those ones, they are not money available to the family to spend. So the air card is the amount of money that is not absorbed. Okay, after rain, it's not available to plant for absorption. Okay, so these are the few terminologies that we could get so far as when it rains and water availability to the soil and to the plant. Okay, right. Good. Now let's go to the next one. Now, we can also get three types of water. You see, the first one we talked about is more or less dealing with rain. It has rained. That's how water becomes available to plant. So it has rained, the water has soaked the soil, and then which one is available in the soil and which one is running off. This is what the first part is all about. Now, the second part here is talking about now the water is there. Okay, the water is now there in the soil. Okay. Now, when the water gets into the soil, we can also describe that water in the soil in three ways. Okay. What happens to it? So we have one which we call gravitational water. Gravitational water means that this water is draining, is actually passing through the large pores, okay, the large pores in the soil, okay, and it is falling under gravity, okay, and that's the gravitational water. So which means that this water is there, okay, it's in the soil, all right, but every day, okay, or every minute, all right, this water is sinking deeper into the soil under the influence of what? Gravity. It is going through the large pores in the soil under the influence of what? Under the influence of gravity. Okay. So those ones, okay, that type of water is called gravitational water. So in this case, this water it sinks so deep into the soil, okay, into the water table. We see when we talk of that soil profile, okay, the gravitational water sinks so deep, okay, even though it goes gradually, it sinks so deep, and at a point in time, it goes beyond the reach of plant roots, and it will now be available to plant for absorption. But it sinks and goes so deep into the wall, into the soil, that it wouldn't be available to plant for absorption. Okay, good. So that water is called gravitational water. So gravitational water, what happens is that this water is in the soil, okay, but this water is sinking, okay, under the influence of gravity. You know, everything on the earth is sinking, okay, falls under the influence of what? Gravity. So as the water gets into the soil, there are big pores. Remember the last time we talked about when we are doing the soil science, we talked about the what? The macro pores. So the macro pores, okay, they are big, okay, and so the water actually sinks or percolates through the pores, okay, deep down under the influence of gravity, to extend that at a certain point it reaches certain level in the water table that it wouldn't be available to plant roots for absorption. Okay, great. And that is the what? That is gravitational water. Okay, let's see another one. Okay, let me take these okay. Now when you come to when you come to, okay, great. So when you come to another form of, so in the water, in the gravitational water, there's another term that we normally talk about. Okay, the another term of water we talk about. We talk about field capacity. So when we talk of field capacity, let's say that is, it is talking about the amount of water the cell can what retain. Okay, like the soil particles will hold. All right. So field capacity deals with what? Let's say it rains. So when it rains like that, okay, the soil is there, the rain will actually fall like that, and then the field of study, or the field, okay, of interest. How much water could the soil particles, okay, retain? How much can it hold them? Okay, all right, good. So that amount of water the soil can hold, all right, okay, is what we describe as what? Field capacity, moisture. Okay, good. So let's say it rains, the soil itself, that field, the field, that total area of interest can hold certain volume, certain amount of water. Okay, so that amount of water that the soil particles, okay, can what? Can hold or can retain, okay, is what you call field capacity moisture. Okay, all right. Then something interesting again. Now, when we come to this field capacity, okay, we can establish it in more or less three main forms. Okay, good. And these field capacity, we are talking about what we have something we call capillary water. Capillary water. So capillary water, remember that when we're talking about soil science, we may mention that in between the soil particles, there is this word, small pores in between the small and the soil particles, okay, which we call capillary pores. Okay, and this capillary pores, water in the soil can rise up through these what? Capillary pores. Remember, when we talk of capillarity, we are talking about the ability of water to rise through narrow tubes. Okay, ability of water to rise through what? Narrow tube. Okay, so we have this capillary water, and this capillary water, it is the what? We are talking about the water in the soil, okay, or even deep down in the soil, and it actually rises up. So anytime we dig a well, okay, anytime we dig a well, you see that water comes up into the well, that water that comes up into the well is called capillary water. Okay, so this water rises up through those narrow, okay, through those narrow pores, spaces in between the soil particles, and it rises up. Okay, good. So when we talk of what? Capillary water, we are talking about what? We are talking about the small spaces, okay, in between the soil particles that enables the what? Water to rise up. Okay, so that rising up of water through the narrow pulses, through the small pulses, through the micro pulses, okay, is termed as what? That water is termed as the word. Okay, it's termed as the capillary water. So in this capillary water, like we're talking about water that's what? That rises through through the through the what? The micro pores, okay, in the soil. All right, good. And this water, let me ask, is it available to plant for absorption? Is it available to plant for absorption? Yes. Anybody from the audience? Is this water available to plant for absorption? Yes. Is this water available to plant for absorption? Hello? My people, are you there?
Doc, no, we are deeper in the soil, so I think they are not available for plant use.
No, but it is rising up.
Okay.
It
It's
is
yes.
rising up. Okay, so it is rising up through the tiny pores. Okay, so through that narrow pores. And so because it's rising up, okay, it is what? It is the gravitational water that is not available. Okay, but capillary water is rising up. Okay, so this water, it is available. Okay, available to plants. Okay, for absorption. All right. Mm. All right, great. Then we have hygroscopic water. Now, hygroscopic water, we are talking about what? That is the okay. Let me go for chemical binding water first before I go to, because chemical binding water is something we've talked about it previously. So is it so when you come to the hygroscopic water, okay, all right, we are talking about these water, okay, so it's still, in fact, this one, they are the same. This one, they are the same, okay, the hygroscopic water, they are the same. Now let's say we have water molecule, but let me use the chemically binding. So you can see that sometimes when soil particles are there, okay, there is what they we have hydrated, okay, some of the compounds within the soil particles. Okay, if you remember gypsum, that we talked about previously, so like gypsum, like that, you can see maybe calcium sulfate, and then with what? With water molecules, okay, binding to it. Okay, so this water molecules, it is not, this water molecule is not breaking a bond, but what it does is that it hydrates the water. Okay, like this one, you can see that this water molecule here is not actually breaking a bond, it's not hydrolysis. Okay, it is what? Hydration. So okay, so this hydration here, all right, this water is more or less is chemically binding, okay, to the soil particles, or the those elements or the compounds of the soil. And this particular water is not available to plant for absorption. Why? Because it is chemically. So this is what I've used this thing here to illustrate. So let's say this is the soil particles that I have here. Okay, the black one is the soil particles, and then we have the what? The blue ones in it. They are the what? That's the water molecules. And this particular water molecules, okay, they are binding. Okay, they are actually binding to um, the soil particles. And because they are binding to the soil particles, either with adhesive force or chemically, that's so the hygroscopic water is not available to plant for absorption. Okay, it's not available, so it's just it's binding to the what? To the what? The is binding to the soil, all right, such a way that it's not what? It's not available, okay, to plant for absorption. So we have gravitational water, we have capillary water, and then we have what? Hygroscopic water. Okay, either they are adhering to the soil particle by adhesive force, or they are chemically binding to the what? To the water, the soil particles. And for that matter, they are not available to plant for absorption. So gravitational water is not available to plant for absorption. Okay, hygroscopic water not available to plant for absorption, and so is capillary water, okay, which is available to plant for absorption, because it's what? It rises through narrow pores, the micropores of the soil particles, and then get to the plant. Okay, the gravitational water sometimes could be available, but it depends on where it is on the on the water table. Okay, so if it is close to the surface, it's available, but when it sinks deep into the soil, it wouldn't be, it goes beyond the reach of plant roots. Okay, and for that matter, it becomes unavailable to plant for absorption. Okay, great. All right. Any question for me so far? Any question for me so far? Any question for me so far? Okay. Now let's see how plant does the absorption. Okay, so when you come to absorption of water, okay, if you take those lower plants, and I know you remember the lower plants, we have the words, the bryophyte, okay, the bryophyte. For bryophyte, like mussels and liverworts, okay, so that's the lower plant, okay, the lower plants here, mussels and liverworts, they use their entire body surface, okay, to absorb water. Okay, those of you forgotten about mosses, there's the mosses, okay, the bryophytes. Okay, good. So this is the bryophyte. They use their, most of the time they grow in moist places. Sometimes when you have your blocks packed and it rains and stuff like that, you see some bryophyte growing there. Okay, so these bryophyte, they use their entire body surface to absorb water. Okay, and it doesn't matter which, depending on the type of plant. Sometimes the roots can be used for what, absorption, sometimes the leaves, and sometimes even the what, the stem. Okay, but when it comes to hydrophytes, okay, like the mosses and then the liverwort, okay, they are the what, they use their entire body surface to absorb what, to absorb water. Okay, good. And this is how they look like, the mosses, as a picture of a moss plant. Okay, they use the entire body, so they are confined to moist places, and they use their entire body for absorption. All right, now when we come to normal, those advanced plants, okay, some plants use their leaves, okay, to absorb water. All right, they have the structure of the leaves has been made such a way that they can what, they can use the leaves to absorb water. We know ideally plant roots, the plant roots are the primary organs responsible for water absorption. But occasionally, you can come across some plants whereby they use their leaves for absorption. Either the cuticle, okay, let me bring this one here, okay, either the cuticle, okay, the cuticle, if you look at the my structure, the structure I have on my screen, okay, if you look at it, let me take this one off here so that it doesn't interfere. Delete, delete. Okay, good. So let's say if you look at what I have here, okay. Now, if you look at it, look at the cuticle. So sometimes you can get some plants that the cuticle is permeable, and then the upper epidermis too is a little bit permeable to water. You see, the cuticle, as we know, it's what, it's waxy, and when something is waxy, we expect that it shouldn't be all that permeable to water. Okay, but sometimes even normal cuticles, so water vapor can still, okay, water can still live in the form of vapor from the surface, as we know, or as we've seen in what, transpiration. Okay, so in some plants, the structure and the permeability of the word of the cuticle, as well as the word, the epidermis. Okay, all right, so the structure and then the word, or the structure of the cuticle in epidermis makes it possible for what, for water to be absorbed through the cuticle as well as the epidermis. And then sometimes some of them, they are the hair. Okay, they have hairs. Remember, in plant anatomy, we made mention of those pubescent and stuff like that. Okay, good. So we have these hair-like structures on the surface of the word, of the plant leaves. Okay, that they can use it to trap moisture. okay, so that the leaves will imbibe the moisture. And sometimes wetting surface. When you say wetting surface, okay, what happens is that you see, most of the time when you pour water on leaf, okay, the surface of a leaf, okay, the water just fall off. Most leaves, the surface of the leaves, okay, is quite what? It's quite waxy. So anytime you pour water on it, you see that it just falls off. Okay, but occasionally we can come across certain leaves, and then the surface is wet, meaning that the water molecules can easily stick to the surface of the wet. The water molecules can easily stick to the surface of the leaves. Okay, so the wetting of the surface actually allows the water to get stuck to the surface of the leaves. Okay, and then another thing, the internal environment of the leaf. Okay, if you look at this, my leaf structure here, okay, you can see that the upper part of the leaf, which is the epidermis, and then you can see the word just the below that. Look at the cells, the palisade mesophyll, where photosynthesis occurs quite a lot. Okay, and you can see the palisade mesophyll, the cells are tightly packed. They look like column, and then they are tightly packed. And then here we have we have the spongy mesophyll, where there is what? There is a lot of what? We have a lot of spaces within it, air spaces within. So we have a lot of air spaces within the what? Within the spongy mesophyll. Okay, good. And so sometimes some of the things that could also influence is the what? Is the water. Okay, the water here is the what? Is the space. What is actually happening within the what? Within the intercellular space. Okay, so if you come, you can see that if you don't have water in the intercellular space, okay, if the intercellular space is dry, okay, if the intercellular space is dry, it can also trigger the imbibition, okay, the water to be absorbed, okay, good, from the surface. So let's say if here is dry, okay, remember, we need water for photosynthesis, and photosynthesis is one of the most essential, okay, processes in plants. Okay, plants absorbing water for what? For photosynthesis is very, very, very important. And so, anytime there is we don't have enough water in these air spaces here, then we have issue. Or let's take it this way: that the xylem is not having enough water, then we have issue. So in some plants, when it happens like that, that dryness within the intercellular space of the plant will cause water to be what? To be absorbed, okay, through the leaves as well. Okay, and even the stomata, even the stomata, sometimes water can even come in there through the stomata because there's water in the atmosphere. So depending on the nature of the environment, water can enter the intercellular space through the what? Through the stomata. Okay, so through the stomata here, water can actually enter the airspace in the plant leaves. Okay, good. But not all plant leaves that they allow water to enter, so that they can absorb water through the leaves. Not all plant leaves do that, just quite few, okay, that they are capable of doing that. Okay, good. So as I said, that in most cases the waxy surface is impermeable to water, but occasionally you can get one or two plants whereby the surface is such a way that, okay, the cuticle is not so thick, it's not so much impregnated with wax, and so water can actually permeate it. Okay, all right, good. And then we talk about a hair-like one. Look at that. So some plants, they have this hair-like structure on the surface, and with this hair-like structure on the surface, which means that they can easily trap what? Moisture, okay, on their surface, okay, for them to absorb. Okay, all right, good. So some plants can absorb water through their leaves. All right, great. Then, so let's see something here now. Okay, I think this is still some sort of explanation that I was doing with that. Okay, good. And then let's see. If you look at my screen here, I've made mention of what? You can see I've made mention of desert. Okay, let me extend this one here a little bit. Let me take this one away. Take this one away. Okay, if you look at my screen, I've brought the word desert. Okay, so you see, in as much as that some plants could allow water to even pass through their cuticle, some amount of water to pass through their cuticle. If you go to desert, okay, if you go to desert plants have very thick cuticle. Okay, and the cuticle is such a way that for desert plants, you see, the thing is that they are in very dry environment, and then the temperature there is warm as well, so they can lose water easily through transpiration. And so because of that, they tend to have very thick cuticle. Okay, so remember, I don't know if you could remember that desert plants refer to them as what? As a xerophyte. Okay, xerophyte. Okay, so the UJ is what? Cactus. Okay, cactus. Okay, cactus and other normal plants there. Okay, even for cactus like that, it doesn't even have the leaves. You see, for cactus like that, okay, cactus like that, the leaves have been reduced into spines to reduce water loss. Okay, so most of the trees in the desert, what happens is that they tend to have what? Thick cuticles, okay, to reduce the rate of water loss. So here, when it comes to desert plants, if you go to desert plants, okay, this cuticle on the surface here, you know, let me copy this slide and put it somewhere here as well. Okay. All right. When you come to desert plants, okay, this cuticle, what is on the surface here is so thick, okay, that the words is so thick that okay, it actually reduces the rate of water loss through the cuticle. Okay, so desert plant, which we describe them, plant that tend to grow in dry areas, we describe them as what? As xerophyte. Okay, and then plants growing in water and moist areas, we describe them as what? Hydrophyte. Okay, all right, good. Now let's talk a little bit about what water absorption through the plant root. Water absorption through the plant root. And as you are, if you're going to talk about the plant root water absorption, I know you guys are familiar with this diagram here, because I even asked you exam question on it, and you people did very well there. Okay, so if you look at this, this is the section of what that's a vertical, okay, longitudinal section. Okay, longitudinal section of plant roots. In this longitudinal section, we have the root tip here. Okay, the tip of the root, which is the what? The root cap. Okay, the tip of the root, which is the root cap, and then we have the after root cap, we have the region of what? Division. Okay, so the region of the division here, which we are calling the what? The meristematic region. Then we have the region of what? Elongation. Okay, all right, the region of elongation. Then we have the region of what? Maturation. And how would you know the region of maturation? The way you know the region of maturation is the presence of what? Root hairs. Okay, the presence of root hairs. Okay, so let's see something about root hairs. Okay, the presence of root hairs. Okay, good. So look at it. Let's see the structure of root hairs. So if I ask you this question, what are the adaptations of root hair? What are you going to tell me? Yes, what are the adaptations of root hair? What will you tell me? The structure of root hair on the board. Yeah. Please, what will you tell me?
Okay.
Yes, please, I'm listening.
They have large surface area.
Excellent. Okay, excellent. You can see that if you look at the nature of root hair here, they have large surface area. Okay, so large surface area means that they can easily absorb what? Water. Okay, large surface area for water absorption. Excellent. Any other points? Any other point? Any other
Okay,
point?
sir.
Yes, please.
Presence of vacuum that stores food for the root hair.
Okay, so there is this large vacuum. Okay, there is this large vacuum, presence of large vacuum. Excellent. What else again?
Doctor, they
Presence
have
of
numerous mitochondria
Okay, why do you think they have numerous mitochondria?
for energy production.
Okay, excellent. Who? All right. What other point again? What other point again? Yes.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please. I'm listening.
They have thin wall.
Thin wall. Excellent. Okay. You see, they are going to absorb water. So if your wall, okay, if your wall is very thick, it means that water can't work. Water absorption will be big issue for you. Okay, so because of that, they have what? They have thin wall. And then the thin wall is to what? Is to that is enable the what? The plant to absorb water readily. Okay, all right, good. Okay, but there's one thing, there's one. Do you think root hair cells have chloroplast? Do you think they have chloroplast? Root hair cells, do they have
No, sir.
chloroplast? Why?
no,
No,
Why?
they don't.
Why?
They
Why
don't.
is it
because
they don't have? Why is it they don't have
because
chloroplast?
because
Say because they
photosynthesis
are
is in
found
place.
underground. They are found inside the soil,
Okay,
and therefore will not be the absence of chlorophyll will not make them even trap sunlight.
okay, all right, beautiful. Okay, nice point. So some of the points I have enumerated here. That is why. So here, okay, the estics here they have wall consist of what? Cellulose and pectin substances, and then they are highly hydrophilic. Okay, so which means that they love water. Okay, and then the cell wall is thin. Okay, so thin word cell wall. All right, thin cell wall. All right, and then one thing you have large surface area, large surface area. Okay, with what? With large vacuum. Okay, with a large vacuum. Okay, great. All right, large surface area with a large vacuum. And don't forget that the root hairs are found in the what? They are found in the what? In the maturation region of the what? Of the plant. Large surface area. Maybe one more aesthetic I will add to it is the word is the one more aesthetic I will add to is that they lack what? Root hair cells. Okay, it lacks chloro chloroplasts. Okay, good. Okay, so which means that the food it has is always what supplied. Okay, but have what? Okay, but possesses possesses what? Possesses mitochondria. Great. Okay, good point. Well done, well done. Nice one. Like surface area. Have I written like surface area? Like surface area. Okay. Have I written it? Where is like surface area? Okay, so let me add it here. Okay.
It's under. You have written it already. It's under.
Yes, you've written it already.
It has gone down, eh?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. All right, so let's see. Oh, okay, yes, light surface area with a vacuum. Okay, great. All right, great. So we have what? So we have the wall consisting of cellulose and pectic substances. It lacks what chloroplast but possesses numerous mitochondria. highly hydrophilic in nature. Thin wall acts as a word, a permeable layer, and light surface area with a word with a large vacuum. Okay, so these are nice stuff about word root hairs. Okay, this is a picture of a root hair. All right, great, nice. Okay, now let's go to, we are going to talk about water absorption, mechanism of water absorption. Okay, yes. You see, when it comes to water absorption, it is one topic, in fact, in plant physiology, hello, in
Doc,
plant physiology, yes, please.
please, I think I saw something. I was expecting to hear something about it. I didn't hear anything. I don't know if you have not gotten there. When you
Please,
started with the leaves and then the root, I saw the stem in the
yes,
middle.
please.
Maybe you have not
We
gotten
will,
there.
so we are dwelling on the roots now. We'll come to the stem.
Oh,
Okay, so
okay.
I move to the leaves. Okay, usually I'll go to the stem and that stuff like that. The stem
All right.
absorption is not all that much. Okay, that one is too lenticel, not all that much. But the root is actually the primary. So that's, we have so many things to talk about there, and then we'll chip in that one. Okay, all right, great. So when we come to the root, the water absorption in the root, okay, we all, as we all know, we've discussed the suction pressure, okay, whereby there is what? So the root hairs, okay, inside the root hairs, we know that there is what? There is, so inside this root hairs here, we know that in the cytoplasm as well as the what? The vacuole, okay, we have cell sap, okay, salt and other solutes have what? They are all dissolved in the what? In the vacuole, the sap of the vacuole and that of the cytoplasm. And this one, they create something we call the what? The osmotic pressure. And so we know that water will move only when there is what? Diffusion pressure deficit, what we call as what? The suction pressure. And this suction pressure is the what? Is the difference between the osmotic pressure and then the what? The Tego pressure. Okay. So here we are even a little bit more specific. So we are talking about what? The osmotic pressure of the what? Of the cytoplasm or the vacuole, and then the Tego pressure of the wall. Okay, and then this is going to give us the what? So this is the more or less the cell content, okay, of the word of the root hairs. All right, and then we have the high concentration. Remember that inside the word, inside the root hair, so inside here, okay, so let me copy that. Okay, bring it here. Okay, so inside here, we have what? We have strong concentrated region inside here, inside the vacuole and then the cytoplasm. Okay, we have strong concentrated region. And as we know, when your concentration is high, excuse me, when your concentration is high, what does it mean? It means that your water potential is low. Okay, so when there is what? When your concentration is high concentration, that's a hyper. Okay, hyper. Anytime you have the hypertonic, okay, it means that the water potential is what? It's low. It means you don't have what? You don't have your water potential is low when you are what? You are highly concentrated. And so this cell becomes what? Becomes, so that's a hypotonic, okay? So cell becomes what? The soil becomes hypotonic, which means the water in the soil water becomes what? Hypotonic to, so the soil water, so let me make it soil water. So soil water becomes hypotonic, okay? Hypotonic. Okay, so let me open this one a little bit. So the soil water becomes hypotonic. The soil water becomes hypotonic. And as it becomes hypotonic, what does it mean? It means that the concentration of the soil water is less than that of what? It's less than that of the cell content. And so what is going to happen? The amount of water in the what? In the cell is greater than the amount of water inside the cytoplasm. Okay, and so it means that the water potential in our what? In the cell is what? Is higher. And anytime water moves, anytime osmosis will occur, osmosis simply means that movement of what? Water from what? From higher water potential to lower water potential. That is osmosis. And so this one will cause what? So this one will cause water to be drawn, okay? Water to be drawn into the what? Into the cytoplasm and the vacuole of the root hair by the process of what? Osmosis. Okay, all right, great. So we have our water here, so we have the leaves like that, and then we have our roots in the soil that actually allows what? Water to be carried what? Up the soil. Okay, great. Now, in fact, so in as much as that we know this one. So when we come to this water absorption, there are few themes that we actually dwell on. So we talk about the cell sap. Okay, the cell sap containing the concentrated solute and stuff like that. And then water will enter as long as there is what? There is diffusion pressure deficit. Okay, so there's a sucking pressure or a suction pressure. Okay, good. And so when there is what? And then our almighty formula, the suction pressure, osmotic pressure minus the what? The Tego pressure. And so long as there is what? There is difference between the two, okay, the suction pressure will be on. All right, good. Now, with all these ones, okay, then all these ones will happen and eventually water will be absorbed. Okay, great. Now, but when it comes to water absorption, okay, in fact, it's not as so simple as the way I've described earlier on. Okay, in fact, a lot of school of thought, okay, have come into the picture to explain how water is absorbed. Okay, some of them are saying that no, water absorption is not passive, it's not by osmosis alone. No. And then others are saying, oh, water absorption is what? It's active process, meaning that it requires energy. Please, are you with me? Hello?
Yes, doctor.
Yes. And then all of them, their theory actually makes sense. So they will propose their theory and back up with evidence. Okay, back up with observations to authenticate that, oh, the water absorption is not always passive as we think. Sometimes it involves active processes, and if it's active, it means that what? It means energy will be involved. Okay, so let me give you a particular instance. Okay, so you get one of the school of thought that is saying that, okay, the active absorption, meaning that the absorption will take place, but energy is required. So this one will say that, oh, because the active absorption energy is required, which means that is why the root hair has a lot of mitochondria. Okay, so that mitochondria means that they are going to provide energy for the absorption of water and stuff like that. Okay, so you see, every point that they raised, all right, they will back it up. Okay, they will back it up beautifully with what? With reasons, with evidence to support their claim. Okay, so what we are going to do is that these schools of thought, okay, that actually give mechanisms of what? Absorption, active mechanism and passive mechanism. We'll walk through them and then we'll talk briefly about them. Okay, so we have also two main mechanisms by which water is absorbed. We have the active absorption and we have passive absorption. So we'll go into active absorption and then we'll look at the theories that are backing up the active absorption. Okay, and with even the active absorption, we have what? The theories, we have two types, even under the active absorption. We have the osmotic theory and non-osmotic theory. Okay, so we'll take them one by one. So let's start with osmotic theory. Okay, now if you take the osmotic theory, okay, this one was proposed, okay, independently by two people. Okay, we have the Atkins first proposed the osmotic theory, okay, in 1916, and then Priestley, okay, also proposed it in what, 1922. And what are they saying? So they are saying that water absorption, okay, is due to what? Osmotic difference between soil water and soil sap. It makes sense, is that not it? That's what we all know. Am I right? Okay, this is what we all know. In fact, this theory are for Atkins and Priestley's theory. This is more or less, it's a more or less universal, okay, something we all gravitate towards it. Okay, that is it's a theory that even when you go to primary school and you ask of it, everybody believes this is true, that water absorption is due to the what? Differences in what? In osmotic pressure between the soil water and the what? The osmotic pressure. Okay, good. That the osmotic pressure of the what? Of the soil sap, okay, and then the what? And then the soil water in the soil. And what is the evidence that they provided? So they provided evidence that the osmotic pressure of the what? Of the soil water remains below 1 atmospheric pressure. Okay, that in the soil, okay, in the soil, the soil water, the osmotic pressure, okay, of what? Of water, okay, the osmotic pressure there, all right, okay, of soil water remains below 1 atmosphere, okay, 1 atmospheric pressure. And the cell sap, okay, the osmotic pressure of the cell sap is between 2 to 8 atmosphere. Okay, all right, so which means that the amount of solute in the cell sap here, amount of solute in this cell sap here, all right, is greater than the amount of solute in the what? In the soil water. And so the osmotic pressure, okay, of the soil water and then the cell sap, okay, you can see that one is higher than the other. Okay, that the osmotic pressure of the what? Of the cell sap is greater than that of the soil water. Okay, all right, so that is what Priestley and Atkins, okay, this is what the osmotic theory is saying. That, do you know what? The reason water moves is because the soil has its own pressure, osmotic pressure, and then the cell sap has its own osmotic pressure. So the difference between the two is what drives, creates the what? The diffusion pressure deficit, and will cause water to move by the process of what? Osmosis across the semi-permeable membrane. Okay, which makes sense. This theory holds, okay, because you can see that the pressure in the what? In the plant, in the cell sap, okay, of what? Of plant roots, okay, is around 2 to 8 atmosphere, okay, 2 to 8 atm, while the pressure of what? Of the soil water remains less than what? Less than 1 atm. Okay, and so the differences in the what? In the pressure deficit is what causes water to move from the what? From the shell to the root hair, the cell sap of the root hair. And what is the evidence to support that? They supported that by the what? By the root pressure. Okay, so they supported their claim by the root pressure that, oh, if you look at plants, okay, look at that even when you cut the plant's root, you can see that, okay, the root pressure, okay, the root pressure, okay, when you connect the if you cut the top of a plant and you connect a vessel to it, okay, let me see whether, okay, do I have a picture here? Okay, well, let me bring a picture. Let me bring a picture of for you online. Let me get a picture for you. Okay, all right, so let's see, can I get images here, some simple images here. I'm getting. Okay. All right, okay, so let me take this one for you. Let me take this one here for you. Okay. Okay, quick one. Oh. Okay. Copy the image and then bring it here. Okay, good. So good. So if you look at my diagram here, okay, where root pressure is being measured, okay, good. What happens is this. If you look at my diagram here, where the root pressure is being measured, okay, you can see that they cut this stem like that. They cut the top of it, getting this stamp here, okay, and then you can see that the level of water in the glass, they were here, but with time at the end it actually moved up here. Okay, all right, good. So one of the things that the Atkins and then Priestley use it to explain the osmotic theory in active absorption is that, do you know what, there is a pressure, okay, because inside the plant, inside the what, the root hair, okay, the pressure in there is higher than what is in the cell. Okay, so the difference between the osmotic pressure, okay, is what drives water, okay, and then what is proved, he added that, or they added that root pressure, okay, and this is how we measure root pressure. Okay, great. All right, so this is how we measure root pressure. You know, you cut the stem like that. So we cut the stem up to the root level, we connect this tube to it, and then we see that at the end of the experiment, look at it, the water level was here, now it is here. Okay, good. So you can see the root pressure. All right, nice. Now if you look at these two, okay, if you look at these two, so this is what, so what he's saying is that this root pressure is authenticating that, okay, the pressure generated from the root, okay, helps to what, helps to absorb the water from the cell. Okay, good. And so that is what they proposed. Okay, they proposed that the differences between the what, the osmotic pressure of the cell sap and that of the what, that of the soil water is what drives, okay, that differences in pressure is what drives the water from the soil to the plant. And they say the evidence to that is the root pressure. Okay, root pressure, the occurrence of root pressure is the evidence they they supported their claim with. Okay, let's see. Is it true? Okay, so this is the active absorption by what? By osmotic theory. Okay, but let's see that whether the point they are making, is it universal, or some people also came and then objected to whatever they said. Okay, so and other people came into the picture and they said that no, they don't believe in what the osmotic theory, what Priestley and Atkins are saying. Okay, so this is objection to the theory. Okay, that the osmotic theory for active absorption that Atkins and Priestley proposed. So the objection here is that they say difficulty. So if that is true, then the difficulty comes when water moves from what? Cortex cells to what? That's a cortex. Remember cortex. So let's say in the cortex, okay, let's take it this way. Okay, so let's say let me take this one. Okay, so let's see. Okay, let's say let me take quick picture for you online. Okay, so what true cortex. Okay, quick one. I have to show you this diagram. So okay, good. All right, so let me get to image. Okay, great. So let me take this one for you. Let me take this diagram. Okay, let me see. I think I've gotten a nice diagram here. Okay. All right. So let's see. Let me take this one. Okay, this diagram is nicer. Okay. So let me show you something. Great. Okay. Okay. Good. Copy this image. Okay, and bring it here. Okay. Let's see. These people, I mean, they're not allowing me to take the image. Okay, so let me cut it. Okay, let me cut the image. Okay, so let me cut the image. Okay, good. Okay, that's okay. So let me bring it here. All right, great. So let's see something here. Now, if you look at my diagram, if you look at this, my diagram here, okay. All right. So you can see this is soil water, soil particles, root hair, okay, and stuff like that. Okay, good. So this is the that's the epidermis, right? This is the epidermis here. Okay, good. And then inside here, this is the cortex, the cells of the cortex. So what we are saying here is that if the osmotic theory holds, then we shouldn't expect water, which means that there should be difficulty in moving water across the cortex of the plant root, because the cortex, they almost have what? They almost have the same osmotic pressure. Okay, so if the theory proposed by the osmotic theory holds, so the objection to the theory is this, that you know what, the cells of the cortex, they almost of this, in terms of their pressure is 2. Okay, like about 2. So the cells of the cortex here, all right, you see the water should move. Remember that. So if you look here, this is the xylem vessel, and the water will move from the cell, go all the way, cross the endodermis, and then eventually get into the xylem. All right, that's what we know. Okay, and then the water here, when it crosses the endodermis, gets into the xylem. Then the xylem will send it up. Okay, now here we are. Okay, then if this osmotic theory is holding, the objection is that within the cortex, the pressure within the cortex, they are also less than 2. They are very small. So how would the water move from here to here to here, all the way to the what? To the xylem. So what the objection, people who are opposing this theory is saying is that if you look at the xylem, the cells of the xylem here, they are almost the cell sap of the xylem. They are almost of what? Lower concentration. Okay, like they are almost of lower concentration. So how would, if what they are saying that the differences in the word in the osmotic pressure is what drives it, then it means that it will be difficult for water to move from the cortex to the xylem to take place. Okay, because xylem and then the xylem contains comparatively dilute what cell sap. Okay, meaning that the cell sap here is of what? It's of a lower concentration, and the one here is of higher concentration. All right, because the cortex is of what? It's the cortex of the plant root is of higher concentration. So if what they are saying is holding, then how could water move from the what? From the cortex cells? Those what? The cells of the cortex. How would water move from there to xylem if the xylem has lower concentration? Please do you get argument? Hello, are you with me? By the principle of osmosis, we know that if water is moving here, then it means that the water is moving from this side,
Yes, sir.
this side here to here. It means this side that the water is coming should be of what? Higher concentration. And this side here should be of what? Of lower concentration. And then the higher concentration, where is it? Higher osmotic what? Osmotic pressure, okay, or osmotic potential, and draw the water from here to here. But in the case of the xylem of plant root, it's not like that. The xylem of plant root is comparatively lower than that of the what? The cortex, okay, which means that the xylem of the plant root, the concentration, the cells of the plant, the concentration there is even less than 2 atmosphere. So if it is less than 2 atmosphere, and that of the cortex and then the plant root is around 2 to 8, then how could water, okay, move from here to this side? Then it shouldn't hold. Please do you get argument? So you see that the counter argument makes a lot of sense. That if the water is moving solely by osmosis, okay, that is the difference between the osmotic what? That's the osmotic pressure. Differences in osmotic pressure is what is driving the movement of water as proposed by the osmotic theory of active absorption. Then how could the water move across the what? The cortex to the xylem? Because the cells of the xylem, okay, they are of what? Lower what? Concentration than that of the what? Than that of the cortex. Okay, all right, than that of the cortex. So how could water move from here? How could water move from here to here if the xylem cells are having concentration which is of lower than that of the cortex? So they are making sense. So this is the counter argument. So the argument is this: oh, then it means that water absorption is not by osmotic theory alone. That is their objection to the theory. Okay. Another objection to the theory is this: then it means that water can't enter the trachea. Why? Because the trachea, remember the trachea, the tissues are what? They are dead. They are sclerenchyma tissues. Have you seen it? Do you remember tracheates? The tracheates they are forming from where? Remember, they don't have so here. Okay, so tracheates are forming from what? Sclerenchyma. Sclerenchyma. Okay, sclerenchyma cells. Okay, and you know the sclerenchyma cells, they are dead at maturity. Okay, and this trachate, okay, and the vessel element, these tracheids and vessel element, they are forming from what? Collenchyma cells. Okay, you know those things that are collenchyma cells are the ones that are those hard parts of those of plants. So if that is the case, if the osmotic theory holds, then the water can't enter the trachea. Okay, all right, the water can't enter the trachea. Why? Because the trachea can't act as what? As a semi-permeable membrane, because we know that the tracheids are forming from what? Sclerenchyma cells that are dead. They are, those tracheids, they are dead, which means that the water can't cross the what? The trachea. The trachea can't act as a semi-permeable membrane. But for you to act as semi-permeable membrane, you must be living. Okay, good. So these are the two objections, okay, to the osmotic theory. So the first objection is saying that if the osmotic theory holds, then it will be difficult for water to move across the cortex to the xylem. Why? Because the xylem cells contain, the xylem cells contain what? Contain cell sap that is of what? That is of low concentration than that of the cortex. And then on top of that, if it is osmosis, if it is going by osmotic theory, once it's osmosis, we need what? Semi-permeable membrane. Okay, we need semi-permeable membrane. And if we need semi-permeable membrane, then what is going to happen is that, okay, if we need semi-permeable membrane, then what is going to happen is that we have what? The what is going to happen? What is going to happen is that the dead cells, that such as trachea, okay, whereby the cells are dead because the cells are forming from what? Sclerenchyma cells. It means that they can't act as semi-permeable membrane. Okay, so these are the objections that they actually brought. Okay, good. Okay, so I think I've elaborated it here that the sclerenchyma cells are dead cells at maturity, and the tracheids are made up of sclerenchyma cells, and then dead cells, okay, they don't work. They don't, dead cells don't act as what? They don't act as semi-permeable membrane. So based on that, they are objecting the osmotic theory, okay, of what? Of osmosis. Okay, so let me go the recap of it one more time. So osmotic theory is saying that water is moving due to differences in osmotic pressure between the cell water and the cell sap of the root. Okay, the root hairs and stuff like that. Okay, good. And then they say that the pressure of the word of the osmotic pressure of the water, the soil water, is what? Is less than 1 atmosphere, but that of the root hairs and stuff like that, they are what? They are between 2 to 8. Okay, so the pressure differences is what drives the what? The what create the diffusion pressure deficit, thereby causing water to move. Okay, good, by the process of osmosis. Okay, and what is their evidence? They provided root pressure, okay, as the evidence, okay, to this effect. And then that objection to that theory is this: okay, if water absorption is solely by osmosis, okay, is solely by osmotic theory, then how will it be possible for water to move across the cortex to the xylem? Because the xylem has lower concentration than the what? Than the cortex. So how can water move in that direction? Who would create the osmotic pressure? Okay, so you see that this is counter. And then they also added that, then which means that water can't, if it is by osmosis, then water can't enter the tracheids because the tracheids are made up of what? Sclerenchyma. And we know that sclerenchyma cells are dead cells at maturity. And so if that is the case, then what the sclerenchyma cells can't act as what? As a osmotic what? They can act as semi-permeable membrane for passage of water. Okay, so you see that the point they are making is making a lot of sense. So if that is the case, then which other theory that other people proposed? Okay, then two people also propose another theory, okay, which is not based on osmosis. Okay, so their theory is called what? Non-osmotic theory. Okay, so Thiemann and what? And Kramer. Okay, Thiemann and what? Kramer, okay, proposed the non-osmotic theory. Okay, so in 91 proposed there in 1951, the other one proposed in 1959. All right, so what are they saying? So they are saying that no, when it comes to water absorption is not only by osmosis alone, it's not by osmotic process, okay, but water absorption is an active process. Okay, all right, that's and to extend that it occurs due to non-osmotic reason. Okay, have you seen where they have passed? What they are saying is that yeah, it's an active process and it occurs due to non-osmotic reason, that water absorption is not because of what differences in osmotic pressure between two regions. Okay, all right, so that's what they are saying. And why are they saying that? And they are saying that even against what diffusion pressure deficit, that water absorption can occur even okay against what diffusion pressure deficit. Okay, and what are they using to back their point? They are saying that water absorption requires what? Requires energy. Requires energy, okay, from respiration. All right, so it requires ATP, all right, from respiration. So they are saying that no, water absorption is active process which has nothing to do with what osmotic reasons, okay, and even can even occur against concentration gradients, okay, the diffusion pressure deficit when it even goes against it, and it occurs by what? By can occur by the use of what? Energy. Okay, so let's see what they are using to authenticate their claim. So the non-osmotic people are saying that, okay, wilting of leaves occurs in where? So sometimes even in flooded water, okay, in flooded water, all right, that we expect that if water absorption should occur, then in flooded water, okay, we will see plant root, okay, plant root will wither, okay, or will wilt. So wilting, okay, so wilting occurring where? In flooded water, like there's a place, water has flooded the place, and still the plant root is going to wilt or die of dehydration. So wilting is like when the plant is dying due to lack of water. And what are they using to support this claim? So what they are saying here is that, you see, when the place is flooded, okay, sometimes the plant roots wouldn't get oxygen, okay, because the place is flooded. Oxygen becomes difficult to reach plant root for respiration. So, and plant roots need to respire so that it will use, you see, the plants will contain even the root hairs, they contain a lot of what? A lot of mitochondria. And so what will happen is this oxygen needs to be available to the plant root. And so when it gets to the plant root, and then the oxygen is available, and then when they respire, then the ATP produced will be used to drive water absorption. And so in flooded areas, when what the place is so flooded that oxygen can't get to the roots of plants, even though the plant is living in water. Okay, the plant will die of wilting. Are you there? The plant root will wilt, and it will wilt because it is not getting oxygen for respiration to generate what? ATP. Does it make sense? Hello?
Yes, doctor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It makes sense that why should somebody be in flooded area and die of wilt, and is all the it will be suffering from wilting? It's just like a fisherman in the sea and dying of what? Dying of dehydration. Yes, is the water is all around, but you can't drink it. Okay, so here the plant is living in flooded environment, but because oxygen can't get to the root, okay, for respiration to produce energy in the form of ATP, it is becoming difficult for the plant to absorb water. Okay, they didn't end there. They also added that, okay, the use of respiratory inhibitors. So, which means that, let's take it this way, that the plant is there and I apply something that is going to inhibit, okay, cyanide. In fact, when you take in cyanide, okay, cyanide is very toxic. And what cyanide does is that it actually inhibits the word. Cyanide, do you remember this one? You do you remember oh, okay, yeah, when we were dealing with the cell cycle, I made mention of this particular process here. Okay, I don't know whether you remember. Please, do you remember?
Yes, sir.
Good. Okay, good. Now, okay, so this cyanide is very toxic. Okay, it's very, 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 very toxic. Okay, it's very, very toxic when it comes to what to cells. Okay, so when you apply the cyanide actually inhibits the production of what? ATP. In fact, the cyanide targets here. It targets this part. Okay, here. It targets there is when you come to the electron transport chain, we will do glycolysis and electron transport chain as part of this course. So I won't go too much detail here. Now, what the cyanide does is that there is this protein complex. We call it protein complex 4. Okay. In fact, it stops its operation. Okay. So that is why when people taking cyanide, they can die. Okay. All right. Cyanide is a very deadly poison. It's a very deadly toxic substance. The person can die. Okay, because it targets the word. And remember, most of the energy production associated with what? With aerobic respiration is coming from what? It's coming from electron transport chain. And so when you apply potassium cyanide, okay, with this cyanide actually what? It actually inhibits, okay, so it holds the production of what? Okay, the cyanide hold the production of what? ATP. Okay, great. So now back here, so what they are saying here is that anytime we use respiratory inhibitors such as potassium cyanide, okay, all right, it reduces the rate of water absorption and exudation, okay, from cut stem. Okay, exudation is like when you cut stem like that, and then you see like this one. Let's see, when you cut the, okay, do you know what? Let me give you a picture to show you to you. Okay, all right, great. So let me give you a picture, quick. Okay, stem exudation. Okay, okay, so let's see, stem exudation. It's like we cut the stem and the water will be coming out of it. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. Let me take this one. Okay, cut stem. Good. Let's see the picture. Okay. I'm not getting a very good picture. Okay, so let's see. Let me take this one. Take some small one be like that. So what we are saying here is that anytime we apply the potassium cyanide, okay, anytime we apply the potassium cyanide, okay, what happens is that water absorption, okay, goes down. Okay, so let's say water absorption is reduced. All right, so let's say a cut stem like that. So when we cut the stem, the fluid that comes out of the cut stem like that. So when we cut the plant, okay, so that's exudate. Okay, so that's exudation. So what this the support of they are using is that, okay, root can wilt even when it is in flooded soil. Okay, and the reason is that the root hairs or the root didn't get access to oxygen to produce enough ATP, and so if there is no energy in the root, the water will not be absorbed, because absorption is purely active process, and for that matter it requires energy in the form of what? ATP. And energy in the form of ATP can only be generated from what? From respiration. Okay, great. And then another one is saying that, okay, even when we apply, and then when we apply respiratory inhibitors to plant roots, like when we do that, the absorption of water is what? Is reduced. Okay, why? And then exudation is talking about the water coming out of the cut stem. Okay, that's exudation. These two processes are reduced. Why? Because the plant, the energy that is needed to drive the water is not enough. Okay, why? Because we've applied potassium cyanide. And when potassium cyanide is applied to the roots of the plant, then rate of water absorption and exudation from cut stem, all these processes tend to reduce. Okay, good. And then the third argument is that water absorption is influenced by what? By plant hormones. Okay, so we have this popular plant hormones. Okay, this popular plant hormones, which we call what? Auxin. Okay, which we call auxin. Popular plant hormones, which we call auxin. And this plant hormone called auxin, all right, what happens is that we have what? We have this auxin, and then anytime these plant hormones are in what? Let's take it this way, that low concentration of what? Auxin increases water uptake and exudation. Okay, so here this school of thought is talking about three main points here. Water roots can wilt even when the place is flooded. Okay, roots can wilt even when the place is flooded. Okay, and when respiration is what? When a plant is treated, okay, the roots of plant is treated with respiratory inhibitors. Okay, what happens is that there is what? The when it's treated with respiratory inhibitors, water absorption and exudation from even cut stem tend to reduce. And then their last argument is that, do you know what? Water absorption is influenced by plant hormones, such as auxins. Okay, auxins are plant hormones, to extend that when auxins are of lower concentration, water uptake and then what? Exudation tend to what? Reduce. Okay, so these are their arguments to support that claim. Okay, these are their argument to support that claim, and I think their argument makes a lot of sense, isn't it? Hello. Hello.
It makes sense.
Hello.
It makes sense.
It-
Yes,
Sure,
please.
sure.
Yes. Okay, it makes a lot of sense. Okay, all right, good. Then the next one we are going to talk about is the what? Is the passive. Okay, we are going to talk about, we see the theories. If you look at the theories, we have the word, we have the active, and then we have the word, we have the passive. Okay, So we have the active theory, and then we have the word. We have the active osmotic and active non-osmotic. And then we have the passive absorption. The passive absorption means that there is no external force. So all these ones, you see, when we talk of the osmotic with external force, we are talking about root pressure. The root pressure is giving force to the absorption of water. Okay, and then the active absorption by non-osmosis is saying that, oh, the external force is coming from what? The energy is coming from the respiration in the form of ATP. And then the what? The another point that they also making is that even when we inhibit the respiratory the respiration, absorption of water and exudation tend to reduce. And then absorption of water is influenced by plant hormones. Okay, they supported that. Now, so these ones, all of them are saying that uptake of water in plants is quite active process, like external force drives it. Okay, the osmotic one is saying root pressure drives it. Okay, and the non-osmotic one is saying that energy from the root, from what? Respiration in the root. Okay, as well as what? As well as plant hormones, they drive the absorption of water. Okay, all right, so let's see the passive. The passive one is saying that water absorption, okay, water absorption, okay, is not directly related to what? It's not directly related to energy. Okay, it's not directly related to energy, but so it's related to it's a passive process that doesn't really require energy for it to occur. All right, so let's see what the passive absorption people are talking about. Okay, what are they saying? And let's see whether their point is also making sense. Now, when it comes to the passive absorption, okay, what they are saying here is that, okay, forces responsible for absorption of water, okay, in the root are governed by other stuff. Okay, it's not the energy, it's not the energy from the root here. Like all the active people are saying, the active absorption theory is saying that, oh, the forces that is absorbing the water is coming from respiration, it's coming from osmosis, difference in pressure, and stuff like that. You see, that's what they are saying, that the forces that is driving absorption is coming from the root, either through respiration or through differences in osmotic pressure. That's what they are saying. But the passive absorption is saying that no, the forces governing that is not direct. It's not. It's indirect. It's not. It's not. It doesn't require energy directly from the root cells. There's nothing like that. And what is that? So the force is from where? They are saying that the force is coming from transpiration. Are you there? That as the water in the leaves, okay, as the water in the leaves, all right, is disappearing through transpiration. As the water in the leaves here, okay, as the water in the leaves here, they are living, okay, as a result of what? Transpiration. As they are living, it creates some tension, and to that tension that pulls the water from the soil, okay, all the way through the xylem, all the way up to the leaves. Are you with me? Hello? Have you seen what the passive theory is saying? Okay, the passive theory is saying that no, nothing, there's nothing external, there's nothing directly, there's nothing like energy involved here. Okay, there's nothing like that. Why? Because the energy required to drive the thing is not even coming from the root hairs at all. Rather, it's some sort of what is governed by forces, okay, such as what? Transpiration, okay, whereby the water in the leaves here, they are losing the water in the leaves. All right, and when you lose the water in the leaves, what happens is that, okay, as you lose the water in the leaves, okay, as you lose the water in the leaves, then as the one here goes away, then it creates this tension. And this tension created, the deficit created here, causes water to be drawn, okay, in the word, in the xylem, okay, in the stem, and also exert the pressure, and that causes water to be drawn from the cell. Okay, are you with me? Is what they are saying, is it making sense? Is it making sense? Hello? Hello, are my people still there?
Yeah, so we are around. I
Okay.
think it's making sense.
Yeah, so what they are saying is that, do you know what? There is no root pressure bringing the water absorption. There is nothing like active transport that is called that there is energy in the roots of plants. That is what that is providing energy from the roots of plants, making the no. They are saying that there is no energy required from the root cells, but rather the force that is governing water absorption is all the way happening in the plant world. In the plant leaves up here, okay, that as the leaves here, as they lose water, okay, it will create tension. So it will create water deficit, okay, here up here. It will create water deficit in the leaves. And as the water deficit is created, what happens then? Then it will what? It will cause water to be drawn. Okay, it will cause water to be drawn from the what? So I've created deficit, okay, diffusion pressure deficit due to loss of water in the leaves. Okay, so let me give simple analogy. So the simple analogy is this: the children are at home, okay, the children are at home. Then this is the children upkeep, okay. The children would need money for school, they need to eat, they need new clothes, they need new shoe, okay, and stuff like that. So so the children, they are the leaves of the family, okay. And then the mother is a stem, okay, and then the father is the root. Good. So the children will be pulling the water and stuff like that from the what? From the mother. Okay, when they are going to school, they will take the money from mother. When the food is there, when they come, when they need money, they go to mother, okay, and stuff like that. So the father pulls the what? The money from the soil. So let's take you this way, that the soil is the government. Okay, let's say there's the government. So the father works for maybe a company or for government. Okay, so the father works here. And then when the father works, what happens? The father gets the money from the government. Okay, so the father draws the money from the soil. Okay, and then the father gives the money to mother, and the mother gives it to the children. The children will go home, they will go to school, spend the money, okay, spend the money, chill and stuff like that, okay, and then it will create deficit. The following day, they don't know whether father has money or mother has money or not. They are demanding another money for school, okay. So when they demand the money, so they are losing. The children will take the water, so they are the leaves. They will take the water and then lose the water. When the money is finished, they must eat. Okay, so sometimes mother can even go hungry and give her food to the children. So deficit is created, and then when you come home, chop money. So they will mount pressure on you. All right. Then you also pull the money you have in your pocket for them. At the end of the month, you mount pressure on government. That is a soil with the water there, and then you draw it here. So to the passive process, they are saying that, oh, it's not energy or any pressure from the soil, but it has to do with the water in the leaves, okay, being lost through the what? Through the stomata, through the lenticel, through the cuticle, as a result of what? Transpiration. And as the water is lost through the leaves, tension is created there. Okay, diffusion pressure deficit is created. That diffusion water deficit is created in the leaves, will cause water to be drawn from the stem. And as the stem also does that, then the stem will also, as the water is drawn from the what? As the leaf draws the water from the stem, okay, pressure is also created in the stem. And as the pressure is created in the stem, the tension here will also cause water to be drawn from the shell to the root. And that is how water absorption takes place. Does it make sense? Okay, so here the leaves are going to what? Lose water as a result of transpiration. Okay, and when they lose the water, they will create what? Diffusion pressure deficit in the leaves. Okay, and this will cause what? This will cause water to move from the xylem cells to the adjacent what? So this will cause water to move from the xylem, okay? Cause water to move from here. So we are losing the water, all right? So when we lose the water here, okay, the water in this space, okay, is being lost as a result of what? As a result of transpiration. When I lose the water as a result of transpiration, either through the cuticle or through the stomata here, what is going to happen? Then the xylem here, this xylem extends right from the what? The root all the way through the stem, all the way to the leaves. So as I lose the water in this space here, either through the cuticle or through the stomata, then the water in the xylem will what? There will be a deficit here. And that deficit will be paid. Will be paid by what? Will be paid by water from the what? From the xylem, okay? And this water from the xylem, remember, is coming all the way from the stem, okay? It's coming all the way from the stem, all the way where? Up, all right? Water from the xylem is coming all the way from the stem. So the water in the xylem will now pay the diffusion pressure deficit. The deficit will be paid by the water from xylem. Now, if the water from the xylem is given to the what? To the surrounding cells in the leaves, what will happen? Tension will be created. Okay, all right. Low osmotic pressure is now what? Tension will be created. Okay, and then that will cause what? Water, okay, to be drawn from the what? From the root cells in the what? In the plant all the way and pull the water there. Okay, so as I lose water, as I give out my water, there will be what? Which means that I will have low osmotic what? That low water potential. Okay, and we know that the xylem is of what? It's of so comparative xylem is with what? So that's the tension comparative with what? Low osmotic pressure in the what? In the other root hair cells. Okay, put the what? Put the root in tension. Okay, good. So now that you are in tension, what is going to happen? Now the water should move. Okay, it will also create the tension created there will cause water to be drawn from the cell. Okay, to be drawn from the cell root hair through the root hair all the way to the xylem to replace the tension that has been created there. Okay, so to this passive absorption process, they are saying that water absorption that is occurring in the root is as a result of what? Transpiration. Okay, the transpiration that is occurring on top of the leaves here, okay, is what is driving water absorption in the cell. Of which what they are saying, it makes a lot of sense. All right. So what can we say here? So as a matter of fact, all the points that they are saying, all of them hold. Okay. So which means that water absorption occurs as a result of what? Transpiration pool. Water absorption occurs as a result of differences between the osmotic pressure of the soil water, and then the root hair cells, okay? And then soil absorption can also occur as a result of active transport, okay, whereby the ATP, the energy in the plant root is used to drive the movement of water from the soil to plant. So all their theories tend to hold, okay, to limited extent, okay, to limited extent. So the active absorption and the passive absorption, they all hold. Remember, when it comes to active absorption, we have two main types. We have the osmotic, and then we have the non-osmotic theory. The osmotic theory dwells on differences between the concentration, okay, that difference in concentration gradient, okay, created by by the difference in osmotic pressure of the cell sap of the root hairs and that of the soil water, okay, and they supported that with with root pressure. And then the counter to that theory, we said that if water absorption is by this process alone, then it will be difficult for water to be absorbed across the world, or to water to move across the cortex, because in the cortex, the xylem, as the water moving to the xylem cells, their osmotic their osmotic pressure is not all that much. They are even of lower concentration than the cortex. So how on this earth water moves from across the cortex to it? And then another thing they also use it to authenticate their claim is the fact that if it is solely by osmotic mechanism, then it means that the trachea, which is forming from from sclerenchyma cells, okay, the trachea which is formed from sclerenchyma cells, okay, what is it doing? The trachea is dead, okay. Sclerenchyma cells are dead at maturity, and if the cell is dead, it can act as as semi-permeable membrane, okay. That's the school of thought, that the trachea can't act as as semi-permeable membrane for water even to permeate it, okay. Good. And then so the active one, the non-osmotic group came, and the non-osmotic group, what they are saying here is that, do you know water absorption is as a result of ATP, okay. Water absorption is as a result of ATP, all right, the energy, all right, that is generated from from respiration, okay, and it's not as a result of as a result of any osmotic process, okay. And they substantiated their claim by saying that there is roots of plants can even walk even in flooded areas, okay. And the reason being that if the root is in flooded area and it doesn't get access to oxygen, okay, for it to respire and produce ATP to drive the process, it means that the root is going to perish. Like the plant is not going to have enough water, okay, enough water, can't absorb enough water. So even though the place is flooded, but because there is no oxygen available to the plant to carry out respiration and generate energy in the form of ATP, you are going to do what? The plant will walk, okay. And then they substantiated that by saying that when respiratory inhibitors such as cyanide, okay, cyanide, like as I said, when it comes to cellular respiration, the electron transport chain, that is where a lot of an ATP is produced. Now, during that particular process, what happens is that the energy produced, okay, the energy produced is hampered if cyanide is applied, okay. There is this protein, we call it protein complex 4. Okay, the protein complex 4, it inhibits the what? When we apply cyanide, it inhibits the operation of protein complex 4. And when that process is inhibited, the absorption of water and exudation from cut stem reduces. Okay, in both cases, either absorption of water or oxidation, these two processes, okay, tend to reduce. Okay, and they also added that, okay, water absorption is influenced by plant hormones. And one classic plant hormones that we'll talk about a little bit later on is auxins. Auxins, they are very important plant hormones that tend to influence water absorption to a extent that when there is low concentration of auxins, water uptake and exudation tend to reduce. Okay. Oh, sorry. When there is low concentration, if there is high, water absorption will reduce. When it is when the concentration of auxin, okay, when there is low concentration of auxins, okay, water absorption tends to do what? Tend to increase. Okay. All right. Great. Okay. All right. So we have what? So these are what they use to substantiate their claims. Okay. And then the last one, we talked about the passive absorption. The passive absorption is that it's saying that no, water absorption has nothing to do with energy, whether osmotic or non-osmotic. What it's saying is that water absorption is by the forces that are driving water absorption. It's not for the plant itself. Okay, it's from a mechanism outside the plant roots. Okay, that the leaves are losing water, and when they lose water, deficit, the cell within the diffusion pressure deficit is created there, and this causes water in the xylem, okay, to move there to pay that deficit. Okay, and as water in the xylem in the leaves moves, it creates tension up there, and then this tension is now drives water absorption from the cell all the way up. So when I create water tension from the xylem at the root level here, once that tension is created, this tension too will cause the root hair, okay, the root hair cells, okay, to draw water from the what? From the cell, okay, and then drives it to the root of plant. Okay, good. So both passive and active theory of water absorption, all of them tend to hold. Okay, I hope it is clear there. All right. Any confusion so far? All right. So now, as I said, the question of water moving from cortex to the xylem tract is considered as a case of what? Mass flow against diffusion. Okay, that so here is the mass flow. All right. Okay, is the mass flow of the water due to the tension created in the xylem. Okay, great. All right, so we are going to talk about this. So we are going to talk about the movement of water in plants. Okay, so let's see what is like. Okay, great. After we talk about transpiration. Okay, great. Okay, so we are going to talk about what? We are going to talk about movement of water in what? In plants. How does it occur? Okay, good. So should we give a break now so that we can take some tea?
Yes, doctor.
Yes, doctor.
Okay, but please, my people, I'm begging you, please, let's give ourselves about let's give ourselves about, okay, 15 minutes break. Okay, 15 minutes break. All right, so 30. Okay, so it's 15 minutes. So around 33, please, we are all coming. We're all coming back. Okay, please. Okay, so that I will take some tea to fill the tummy a little bit, and then while you also prepare some tea and stuff like that. But please, it's just 15 minutes break. Okay. All right, but we need to finish what we are doing today. Great. Hello, my people. Hello.
Yes, Doc.
Oh, the
Yes.
40, that
Yes,
almost
sir,
50
boss. Yes,
people,
sir, boss.
almost 50 people, still people have gone and they don't want to come. Okay, then I think I'll continue without them because we can't wait forever. Okay, because we need
Yes,
to.
doctor.
Okay, we need to finish this one. Okay, good. All right. So we're talking about that how water moves. Okay, well, how water. So let's say we have something like that. Okay, so how water will move from the cell. Okay, and if you look at what I have on my screen carefully, okay, so let me just give you 1 minute to observe this diagram on my screen carefully, and you said that you tell me something. There are two pathways. If you look on my screen, you can see one is in yellow, one is in blue. Okay, so I want you to look at the two carefully, and then okay, oh, you look at the down one. Look at this one. Okay, look at. Okay, let me put this one up a little bit, and I want you to look at the down one. Okay, like that. All right. Great. Okay. Look at the two carefully, and after you tell me something. Okay, when you see something interesting, then you tell me. Okay. All right, Xavier, have you seen something interesting? Xavier, are you there?
Dog, I'm here. I'm still observing.
Okay, all right. Isnam, have you seen something interesting?
Doc, please, I'm observing it well.
One, Willie. Willie, have you seen something interesting?
Doc, I'm still observing.
Hey, observers are observing. He. Uh-huh. Solo, don't tell me you are still observing. Tell me something nice. Uh-huh. Yes. What can you see there? Okay. Now, if you look at the two pathways, there are two pathways. Okay. And these two pathways, one pathway is called symplastic. Another pathway is called apoplastic. If you look at the symplastic pathway, okay, you can see that the water is going through the what? The cytoplasm, the symplastic pathway. You can see that the water goes through the cytoplasm. Okay, all right. So let's see, what we are trying to do is that we want the water to move from the root hair cells all the way to the xylem. Okay, here. So we want to move from root hair cells all the way to the xylem. That is what we want to do. All right. And so here the water goes all the way from here to the xylem. All right. Okay, beautiful. And one of them, you can see that the water is not going through the cytoplasm, but it's going through the walls. Okay, so you can see the black one like that. The water is going through. So this is the, let's say this is the epidermis. It goes through the cytoplasm and the cell membrane. Okay, so the water goes through the cytoplasm and the cell membrane. All right, so water goes to the cytoplasm and the cell membrane. okay, like that, all the way, okay, across the endodermis, and then to the pericycle, and then to the xylem here. But if you look at the yellow one, look at where it is passing. But look at the interesting thing about the yellow. You see, look at the wall. You go through the wall from the epidermis. You go through the walls of the cortex. When you get to the endodermis, remember there is a certain structure within the endodermis, if you could remember, Casparian strip, if you could remember. So there is this Casparian strip. And what this Casparian strip does is that it is highly impregnated with suberin. Okay, I don't know whether you remember. Suberin. So suberin has impregnated it. It's highly impregnated with suberin. Okay, and this impregnation with suberin, okay, it's preventing the water. You see, so when you are moving in word, you can move all the way in the word, in the apoplastic pathway through the cell wall, but within the cell wall of the endodermis, okay, there is a structure which is a waxy structure, which is highly impregnated with this waxy substance called suberin. And this structure here is called Casparian strip. And the Casparian strip, when you get there, the water can't pass through because it has waxy substance. And so when you go through the apoplastic pathway and you get to the endodermis, you'll be forced to join the symplastic pathway. Please, have you noticed that?
Yes, Doc.
Okay, so you see, when you move through the apoplastic pathway, you can go through it, but as you get to the word, as you move through the apoplastic pathway, you are going, then at some point, you'll be forced to do what? To join. You have no choice. Okay, you'll be forced to join the word. You'll be forced to join the symplastic pathway. Okay, because of what? Because the Casparian strip will not allow you. Okay, let me let me get this thing for you. Casparian strip will not allow you to go through the word, to go through the apoplastic pathway, because that side is what is blocked. Okay. All right, because that side is what is blocked, so you won't be allowed. Okay, good. I've gotten a simpler diagram here. Let me see whether I could get it for you. Okay, I've gotten a simpler diagram here. Simpler diagram. Okay, let's see. Okay, let me get this one for you quickly. Okay. This is so slow. Okay, so let me get this diagram quickly for you. Okay. It is slow to upload. Okay. The diagram is so slow. Okay. It's a nice diagram that is even comparing the two. Okay, like that. Okay, let me copy this thing and paste for you here while I wait for the diagram to upload. Okay, so let me go here like that. Okay. I mean, let me go here like that. So no, it's not that one. Okay. Let me put this one here for you. Okay. All right. Let me take this one. Okay. That. All right. Good. Okay. Okay. So let me duplicate the slide. Duplicate the slide here and take the top one off. Okay. And then let me take the down one off here. All right. Great. Okay, great. So let me see whether my diagram has finished loading. Let me see whether my diagram has finished loading. Oh, why is this diagram taking forever? Okay, let's see whether I can just copy small one bit here. All right, let me see. Okay, let's see. Okay, good. Let me take this small one like that. The big one I wanted is taking forever. Okay, so like that. So this is the simple one with the two there. So you can see that in some plastic pathway, okay, the water is moving through the cytoplasm, the vacuole, and then this connecting structure, we call it plasmodesmata. So plasmodesmata is like a gap, okay, a gap in the cell wall, okay. It's like a gap in the cell wall. So here, in the symplastic pathway, the water passes through the cytoplasm, okay, and then it's the cell membrane, the cytoplasm as well as the cell membrane, okay, and then the gap, the plasmodesmata. So here, when we come to what? So when we come to the apoplastic word, so when you come to the symplastic pathway, the water is going through. So the water is moving from here. So that movement of water from the root hair all the way to the xylem. Okay, there are two ways that the plant tend to do it. It's either you go by symplastic pathway or you go by what? Apoplastic pathway. In the symplastic pathway, you go through the what? The living part of the cell. Okay, so you go through the cytoplasm and the cell membrane, as well as the what? The connecting gap, which we call plasmodesmata. So this gap here, this small opening that the water is passing through is called plasmodesmata. Okay, or that's a plural. One is plasmodesma, and then the plural is what? Plasmodesmata. Okay, so that's a gap there. So like that. So here, this gap here, they are the what? They are those gaps are the plasmodesmata. Okay, so that's plasmodesmata. All right, good. So you can see that in the symplastic pathway, the water is moving through the living component of the cell. Okay, in the symplastic pathway, the water is moving through the living component of the cell. Okay, in symplastic pathway, the water is moving through the what? The living component of the cell. All right, so it's moving through the what? The cytoplasm, the cell membrane, and the what? And the plasmodesmata, like the gap in between here. All right, so it goes through the what? The cytoplasm, okay, and then the connecting gaps. Okay, good. Then in the apoplastic pathway, what's this thing does is that if you look here, if you look at my let me even enlarge it a little bit, okay, so that you see. Oh no, let me enlarge this one a little bit, okay, so that you see what I'm talking about. All right, now if you look here, oh no, okay, good. If you look here, if you look at the diagram on my screen, you can see that this water, look at that. This water is moving just through the walls and intercellular spaces. So it's going through the cell wall, okay, and intercellular spaces, okay. So you see, it's going through the walls, all the walls. But when it gets to the endodermis, it is stopped. It is stopped. It has no choice. It can't go through the walls any longer. Why? Because there is what? There is there is Casparian strip, within the endodermis. So the endodermis will force the water that is moving inward in apoplastic pathway to go through the symplastic. Because so when it gets, you see that here it is moving all the way walls. But when it got here, it was not moving through the walls again. Okay, because the Casparian strip will block the wall. Okay, it is blocked. The cell wall section is blocked by the Casparian strip, so it goes through this middle. All right. Okay, it goes through this middle. Okay, great. Like that, there's a Casparian strip like that. Okay, it goes through the middle like that. Okay, because of this Casparian strip, the water moving in apoplastic pathway, the water that is in apoplastic pathway, the water is going through the walls and the intercellular space. Okay, all right. So intercellular space in between the cells, in between the cell walls. Okay, so all right. So the water in apoplastic pathway, the water goes through the walls and it goes to the cell wall and the intercellular space. But when it gets to the endodermis, because of the Casparian strip within the endodermis, the water is then forced to join the symplastic pathway. Why? Because this Casparian strip is highly impregnated with a waxy substance called suberin. Okay, and then this suberin will force that you see, you can go all the wall, but once you get here, you can no longer go through the wall because the Casparian strip, okay, is within the walls, will stop the movement of water through the apoplastic pathway and forces it to join the symplastic pathway. All right, please, are we clear with that? Are we clear with that? So here you can see that this one, so the water moving through the cytoplasm and then plasmodesmata like that. Okay, these are all that's the symplastic pathway. And look at the apoplastic pathway. They go through the cell wall as well as the intercellular space. Okay, they go through the cell wall and intercellular space. Okay, great. All right. So let's see the difference between the two. Okay, so you can see that. Okay, so in apoplastic pathway, what is happening? In apoplastic pathway, okay, great. So I had this point online for you. Okay, in apoplastic pathway, you can say it comprises of cell wall and intercellular spaces, while symplastic pathway comprises it comprises the living component. And remember, living components of a cell, we are talking about what? Living components of a cell, we are talking about protoplasm. Okay, so that is it's going through the cytoplasm and the cell membrane. Okay, all right. So here we are talking about the We're talking about the cytoplasm, and cell membrane, and then go through the plasmodesmata. Okay, that's a gaps between the adjacent cells. Okay, great. So, and then this apoplastic has living part. Okay, that's non-living part, while the symplastic has a living part. Honestly, it's the same as the point here. All right, good. So the pathways, okay, this one, the rate. Okay, so the apoplastic pathway is faster. Okay, the apoplastic pathway is faster. When you are moving in the apoplastic pathway is faster. You see, when you are moving through living stuff, okay, there could be some of the living components will also even take some part of water, okay, and stuff like that. So then, okay, so here let me take this one off. Okay, I don't think add any extra point. So the apoplastic pathway is faster than the symplastic pathway. Okay, apoplastic pathway is faster than the symplastic pathway. All right, apoplastic pathway is faster than the symplastic pathway. All right, great. And then what other points can we talk about? Talk about this one. Okay. All right. So apoplastic pathway is what? Is faster than the what? Than the symplastic pathway. And then you can see that apoplastic pathway, okay, you can see that for apoplastic pathway is not affected by the metabolism of the cell. Okay, when you talk about metabolic process, respiration, photosynthesis, all those things, right? But in the case of apoplastic pathway, they are actually moving through using the part of the plant cell that is dead. Okay, they are going through cell wall and intercellular spaces. So in that case, they are not what? They are not influenced much by the word. They are not influenced much by the metabolic word state. The metabolic word state of the plant cell doesn't interfere much with the word, with the apoplastic pathway. But in some plastic pathway, it really interferes. Okay, good. So movement of water in some plastic pathway is affected by the word, by the metabolic word state. Okay, unlike apoplastic pathway. Okay, and the last point, okay, when it comes to the transporting plants, okay, like the secondary, more water and ions are transported through the apoplastic pathway, okay, in the cortex. All right, and then beyond the cortex, water and ions are mainly transported in the symplastic pathway. And I think we can see that from here. Okay, so we can see that from here. You can see that here in the early parts here, okay, water is transported through the apoplastic pathway here. But once it gets to the endodermis, after the endodermis, okay, there is no choice for in fact, apoplastic pathway ends at the endodermis due to the presence of the Casparian strip. So the Casparian strip ends everything associated with with the ends with everything associated with the apoplastic pathway due to the Casparian strip inside the endodermis. Okay, so they block the water that is moving through the intercellular space and the cell wall. Okay, and then forces it to move through the cytoplasm. All right, good. So after the endodermis here, this is our pericycle, and then eventually it will get into the xylem. Okay, beautiful. Okay, good. All right, so one nice examination question is like four differences between symplastic pathway and apoplastic pathway. Okay, all right, great. Now, so I think I've already elaborated more on this one. So water moves through the cell membrane and vacuole and plasmodesmata. Apoplastic, they move through the cell wall and intercellular space. Okay, good. So a little bit recap of active absorption and passive absorption. Okay, active absorption with all the theories that we've talked about. Let's see what are the differences between the two. So active absorption, okay, takes place due to activities of the root and then root hairs. Okay, that's active absorption. We are saying that the metabolic activities of the root and the root hairs, they actually influence the absorption. And then when you come to the passive absorption, we are saying that, oh, the water is absorbed due to transpiration in the upper part of the leaves, and it's not having direct activity with the root. Okay, so it's as a result of transpiration. And then we also say that, okay, under active absorption, you say that occurs by the process of osmotic and non-osmotic absorption. Okay, it occurs by the process of osmotic and non-osmotic absorption. And then the other side of it is absorbed due to the active transpiration in the area parts of the leaves. So when you check with the area parts of the leaves, remember we are talking about the area parts of the plant. We are talking about the leaves, and then the leaves, the fruits, the flowers, all those parts. Okay, whereby loss of water, okay, through the leaves, through the stomata and the cuticle. Okay, good. So there's a loss of water there that is creating the process. Another point here is that root hairs have high DPD. Okay, what we are saying, the root hairs have high DP. We are talking about the word diffusion pressure deficit as compared to the word the soil solution, and therefore water is taken up. Okay, but here we are saying that absorption, okay, is due to tension created in the xylem sap by transpirational pool. Okay, so in terms of the active absorption, we are saying that, okay, the absorption is due to what? High diffusion pressure deficit created by the what? High diffusion pressure deficit created by the differences in what? In osmotic pressure of the what? Of the cell sap and the soil solution. All right, and then the absorption and the passive transfer, we are talking about, oh, this is done by the tension created in the xylem sap, okay, as a result of transpirational pool. Okay, and then a little bit more point, we say that for active, okay, the water movement, okay, that's the water movement there is what? That is involves through the words. That is the water will move through the living part. Okay, it moves through the living part. While the passive, the water moves through the word, through the non-living part, the intercellular space, and the word and the cell wall. Okay, and then we also say that and the active rate of absorption depends on what different diffusion pressure or different osmotic zones. While this one is, I think we've talked about this one previously, depends on transpiration. And in non-osmotic type of absorption, we say that energy is what? Utilized. And in the case of what? Passive, no energy is what? Utilized. Okay. So basically, these are the what? Differences between passive absorption and what? And active absorption, okay, in plants. All right. So let's see some of the factors that affect water absorption. Okay, so some of the factors. So let's see the external factors. So external factor, we can talk of what? Water availability in the soil. So if water is the water is available in the soil, okay, it actually influences the what? The absorption, because the concentration of the water wouldn't be the same. Okay, so water availability in the soil, okay, can influence its what? Absorption. Okay, water availability in the soil, okay, can influence its what? Absorption. Okay, and then we can talk of the what? Soil temperature. Okay, so the temperature, all right, the temperature of the what? Of the soil. Okay, the temperature of the soil. So research has shown that, okay, the suitable temperature for water absorption is around 20 to 30 degrees Celsius. Okay, so between this temperature, that water absorption can actually go effectively. If it's below 20 or it's above 30, it means the water absorption is going to be affected. Okay, good. So we have what? Availability of water in the soil, soil temperature, okay, and then what? Soil aeration. Remember, under the word, the active absorption, that's a non-osmotic one. Okay, we are saying that, okay, so if there is what? There must be oxygen so that the root cells can respire. And when they respire, they will generate energy in the form of what? ATP. So we can talk of what? That is the external factors, that is the water availability, soil temperature, and oxygen availability. Okay, all right, good. Then we have the internal, like this is more internal factors that are associated with the plant. Okay, internal stuff associated with the plant that tend to influence water absorption. And then one, we can talk about what? Transpiration, which we'll later talk about in a little bit more detail. Okay, so the rate of transpiration can influence water absorption, because as the water is lost, tension is created, and then eventually some will be what? Some will be absorbed, okay, and then, okay, great. Then we have what? Then we have the absorbing systems. Okay, we have the absorbing systems. Okay, so when you come to the absorbing word systems. That's the root absorbing word systems. Okay, great. So you have the root absorbing systems and root absorbing systems. So the nature of the root, okay, all right, the nature of the roots, whether tap root, fibrous root, and then even whether they are even supporting roots like the whether there is supporting roots or whether there is okay yeah, supporting roots like prop roots and all those ones. Okay, so the absorbing root systems also tend to influence, okay, water absorption. And then the one very important point is the metabolism. Okay, it's metabolic process. And when we talk about metabolic processes, respiration is one of the key metabolic one of the key metabolic processes. Okay, and so as I said earlier on, if there is poor aeration, if you don't have oxygen getting into the cell, or we have some inhibitory chemicals like cyanide, okay, like potassium cyanide, okay, these things can reduce the rate of absorption. So metabolic process like respiration actually make ATP available for water absorption. All right, and then we have we have the cyanide can also stop electron transport chain. Cyanide can stop electron transport chain, as I've explained it earlier on. Okay, if you stop the electron transport chain, which means it's going to affect the amount of energy available for the root, okay, to use. Okay, good. All right, so this is basically the absorption mechanism. So absorption deals with moving the water from here. Okay, so absorption deals with this, moving the water from the cell to this place. That is absorption. Okay, let me bring. Okay, so let's say, all right. So when we are talking about absorption, okay, we are talking about these processes that have, okay, these two processes here. Okay, that's absorption. Okay, so water absorption. Okay, absorption. So water absorption basically deals with what? Moving the water. Okay, water absorption deals basically with what? Moving the water from the cell to the xylem of the root. That is water absorption. Please, are you with me? Let me come again. Water absorption is the word. That's the movement of water from the cell, okay, by the root hair, across the cortex, across the endodermis, the pericycle, all the way into the xylem vessel. That is absorption of water. Now, as the water is being absorbed, the water is needed somewhere else, okay, much more, okay, somewhere else. And the leaves actually need the water, okay, for photosynthesis. They need the water badly. They need to manufacture food. So now this water, this one here, need to work. Now that the water has been absorbed from the soil, okay, now that the water has been absorbed from the soil, what is the next thing? The next thing is to do what? Is to send the water up. So ascent of sap. Okay, so now the water has been moved from the soil. It has crossed the root hair, across the source of the cortex, across the endodermis, pericycle. Now it's in the xylem of the root. So the next thing is now move the water from here, okay, from the xylem of the root all the way up into all the way up into the leaves. And that is what we term as the ascent of sap. Okay, that's the mass flow of water from the word, from the xylem up the plant. Okay, good. And in this case, there are three things we talk about. So we talk about the word, the vitals, three theories, the root pressure, and then the physical force. Okay, which we're going to talk about it very soon. They are not difficult at all. So we'll take our time and then we'll walk through it beautifully. So now we've moved the water from the cell all the way to the xylem. One part of the job is done. So when one part of the job is done, what is the next thing? Now I need to move the water from the cell, from there upward. Okay, and it is there upward that other mechanisms also tend to come into play. Okay, so what are the three things, three main things? Okay, one is we need a transpiration. Okay, transpiration is there. I'll replace this with transpiration, trust me. Okay, we need a transpiration. Okay, another one is root pressure. Another one is physical forces. And when we talk of physical, what are we talking about? We're talking about capillarity action. Okay, capillarity action deals with what? You know, the xylem vessel is narrow tube, and narrow tube, which means that there is the water molecules getting, when they bind to each other, there is a force between the water molecules, and that is what we call what? Cohesion or cohesive force. And there's another one between the water molecules and the wall of the xylem vessel. Okay, and so that's one between. So when, let's say, let me draw. I've not drawn today. Okay, so let's see something like that. So here we have something like that. Now water is here like this. Oh, let's see. So water is here like that. Okay, let's say, oh no. So water is here. Oh, why is this behaving like that? Okay. So let's see, there is water here. Okay, like that. Okay. Oh, this thing is misbehaving. Okay, let's say one water here, another water here. Okay, water molecule here. Okay, like that. Okay, great. So with this water molecules there, what is going to happen? So between water molecule, the force of attraction, let me bring different color here. Okay, the force of attraction between this water molecule is the word, is cohesive force. Okay, now this is the xylem wall. The force of attraction between water and the wall, like that. Okay, this one, let me use different color. Okay, so let's say the force between the word, this one, so the water molecule and the wall is what? That is the adhesive force. This one is also adhesive force. All right, good. So these are physical forces that actually work. They contribute to the ascent of sap. So the interaction between the cohesive and adhesive forces creates that capillary action, okay, to move water through the xylem. Okay, and then root pressure also contributes, and then as well as what? Transpiration. But transpiration is the main boss. Okay, transpiration is the main boss. So let's talk a little bit about transpiration. What is transpiration, if I may ask? What is transpiration? Yes, anybody to help me? What is transpiration?
The loss of water from the surface of the lid.
Okay, all right. So okay, I like what you said, but it's not entirely complete. Okay, so in this case, let me take a blank one. So here, when you come to loss of water, okay, so let's say we're going to talk about transpiration. Okay, So when we talk of this transpiration, okay, what we are talking about is this. So for the transpiration, okay, it's loss of water, all right, loss of, okay, let me increase this one. Okay, so loss of what? Loss of water. Okay, but this loss of water is in the form of what? Vapor. Okay, water vapor, right? Water vapor. So loss of water is in the form of what? Loss of water in the form of what? Vapor. All right. Loss of water in the form of what? Vapor. Are you with me? Loss of water in the form of what? Vapor. Are you there? Okay. And this loss of water in the form of vapor, it is what? It occurs. Okay. It occurs. Okay. Through what? Through either stomata. Okay. Stomata, which about 80% occurs through there. 80%. Okay. 80% occurs through there. Then it can also occur through the cuticle. Cuticle, the surface of the leaf, the cuticle. Okay, so through the cuticle. So occurs through the stomata. Okay, and then we can also occur through the word cuticle. And another place that can occur through is the lenticel. So when we talk of the lenticel, we are talking about cracks. Okay, let me show you lenticel. Let me get a picture for you. Lenticel. Okay. All right. So those cracks. Okay. Let me take this one. Okay. Okay. So those small cracks at the back of the plant. Okay. Let me pick this picture. Okay. Let me pick this picture. All right. Let's see this. Okay. Copy the image. Okay. So let's see. I can bring it here. Okay, I don't want it to cover everything. Okay, let me duplicate the slide. Okay, all right. So let's see. So let me take this one from here. All right. So these are the lenticels. So those cracks, I've seen that these cracks at the back of the plant. Okay, they go all the way into the plant tissues. Okay, these cracks. These are the cracks. Okay, at the back of plant. So these are cracks. Cracks. That's the word at the back. At the back. Plant. Okay, good. So this is what loss of water, and this loss of water is what is in the form of what? Vapor. Okay, loss of water in the form of vapor. Please don't forget that it's in the form of vapor. Okay, and occurs through the stomata, the lenticel, and the what? And the cuticle. Okay, that's loss of water in the form of what? Vapor. Okay, great. Now, what next? So this transpiration that we are talking about, let's try to contrast this transpiration with another very important thing. There is another very important thing we call guttation. Okay, guttation. Sometimes when we are walking through bush in the morning, okay, hello.
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 Can I ask a question, please?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah, please. Now, this statement that plant loses water in the form of vapor. Now, when you bring it to human, we also lose water. Now, as we talk, water vapor comes out of our body, or we lose water in the form of vapor. In one way or the other, let's say our body generates heat. So does it mean that in the plant also, heat is also generated in order for the water to be lost through or in the form of vapor?
Yes, but look at during the day, what happens? During the day, the temperature is very high. Of late, even this, in fact, last week and this week, the weather has been very hot. It was Cape Coast has been very hot. I mean, it was yesterday that it rained a little bit, but it has been very, very hot. So in hot weather like that, yes, they are quite if you one of the significance of if you could remember, one of the importance of water to plant is to keep the plant at a constant cool temperature. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, during the day the sun is hot, the tissues, every part of the plant tissue is obtaining heat. And so one of the ways to cool the plant is the what? Is the water. So the water gets in there and then eventually cools the plant. But as temperature is high, definitely evaporation is going to occur. Evaporation occurs in all temperatures though, but as the temperature increases, the rate of evaporation is higher. Okay, but that's a nice question. Well done. Good. So there is another type of water loss, which is not called transpiration. In this case, you see, as I just said, that when you're walking through bush in the morning, sometimes we will think that the water that we tend to when we're walking through bush, those of us who have been to farms before, when you're going through bush in the morning, it's not always the water that we found on the leaves. It's coming from the dew. No. Some of these water, the water droplet that is coming, you see on the leaves, they're actually coming from the plant itself. Okay, so this way like that, it is loss of water from the living part of the plant through through a certain structure. So at the edge of the plants like that, there is this special structure, we call it hydatoad. Okay, there is this special structure we call hydatoad, and this hydatoad is at the edge of the plant. Okay, let me take this particular one, okay, so that and then put it on a new slide so that you see what I'm talking about. Okay, so look at that. So you see, look at the leaf here. If you look at this leaf here, if you look at the leaf here like that, okay, look at the leaf here. So where the water is coming from, that is the what? That is a hydatoad. Okay, so the water, where the water is coming from is what? So it says, so in this case, this water is not what? It's not vapor. Okay, it's not what? This water is not vapor. Okay, it's not vapor. All right. So let's say this is the what you call hydatoad. Hydatoad. Okay. So this edge here. So sometimes it happens when there is much water in the soil, especially when it rains. So sometimes when there are some trees, when you walk under it in the morning, you see that water will be draining on you. Some trees, there are some trees on campus here. You see that early in the morning, a lot of water drains from the leaves of the tree, and that water is coming from this one, the hydatoad of the leaves, like that. You look at this one, the way it is so beautiful, lined up like that. Okay, so the structure within which the water is coming from is called the word hydatoad. So the loss of liquid water from the plant, okay, through the leaves, through the hydatoad of the leaf is called guttation. Okay, so please don't confuse guttation with transpiration. Okay, transpiration, the water is water vapor, so it's pure water. Now this water is liquid, and so because it is liquid, sometimes some of the cell sap in the plant can even mix up with the water, the liquid water. So the liquid water is not what? The liquid water is not the liquid water here is not pure water, okay, but it's water laced with cell sap. All right, but in the case of transpiration, it is what? It is pure water, but it is going in the form of vapor. And remember, if it's going in the form of vapor, when it condenses, it's pure water that you will get. Okay, all right, good. And then this guttation is occurring due to root pressure. So guttation occurs as a result of what? Root pressure. So here you see loss of water for living part, the area part of plant in the form of what? Liquid. Please don't forget that too. If you just write just loss of water, you've not said anything. Okay, make sure that the transpiration, the water loss is in the form of vapor. In guttation, the water loss is in the form of what? Liquid. Okay, and as I said, liquid, it means that it will be mixed up with what? Some cell sap, And then the pressure, look at the pressure here. All right, look at the pressure. Okay, the pressure here like that. Okay, the pressure here like that. Okay, so we have the pressure. The root pressure is actually contributing to the what? To the guttation. Okay, so guttation occurs due to what? Root pressure. Guttation occurs due to root pressure. All right, so let's see the differences on my beautiful table here. Transpiration occurs during the day. Okay, transpiration occurs during the day when the temperature is high. Okay, that's where transpiration tends to be very high. Okay, during the day when the sun intensity is high, that is where we see the transpiration in its full swing. Okay, then we have what? We have the water comes out in the form of what? Vapor, and the transpiration. Water comes out in the form of what? Liquid. Okay, and transpired water is pure. It's pure water, but gutated water contains what? Dissolved salt and sugar. Dissolved salt and sugar. Okay, so gutated water contains dissolved salt and sugar, while transpired water is in the form of vapor, so that's pure water. Okay, and then if you take the transpiration, it takes place through the stomata, okay, through the lenticel or the cuticle of the plant leaves. And then in guttation, it actually occurs through a special structure called what? Hydatoid. That is found at the found on the leaf tips or the leaf margins. Okay, and then transpiration is controlled. Honestly, transpiration is controlled by the gut cell. These are the gut cells. Okay, remember. Okay, that's if you look at our leaves. Okay, let me bring our leaf here. If you look at our leaf here, this is the gut cell. Okay, so the gut cells, they are controlling the opening and the closure of the word of the stomata. Okay, so gut cells are controlling the opening and the closure of the stomata. Okay, they are controlling the opening and the closure of the stomata. Okay, all right, good. So transpiration is controlled, all right, by the word, by the gut cell. Remember, when the gut cells become turgid, then the word, this thing will open. Okay, when the gut cells become turgid, then the stomata will open, and when they become flaccid, the stomata closes. Okay, all right. So the stomach, you can see here, our stomach has closed. Okay, when the gut cell is what? It's flaccid, and when the gut cell is turgid, you see that the stomata will open. Okay, great. But guttation is uncontrolled. No, guttation is uncontrolled. Okay, so far as there's water in the soil or in roots generating some sort of pressure, okay, the guttation is not, it's uncontrolled. All right, and then you can see that transpiration like that lowers down the temperature of the surface. You see, anytime transpiration is occurring, all right, the temperature of the surface is what? It's lowered, because the evaporation, anytime evaporation is occurring, the high energy molecules are now moving up. So when transpiration is occurring, at the end of the day, the temperature of the tissue becomes cool. But here there's no actual relationship between temperature and then what? And guttation. Okay, all right, great. So we know this one. So now let's go into transpiration in a little bit more detail. Okay, so I have described transpiration here as what? As necessary evil. Why is it so? Why is transpiration described as necessary evil? Yes, can somebody help me? Okay, we are describing transpiration as necessary evil. Why? Why are we describing transpiration as a necessary evil? Yes. Why are we describing transpiration as necessary evil?
So too much of it can harm the plant.
Okay, good. So you see, it's water loss. Water loss can harm the plant. Water loss doesn't save any benefit to the plant. Okay, when you lose water, it doesn't save any. Yes, please. Hello. Okay. All right. So we are talking about what? Water loss. So as our brother said, water loss is something that is not of good benefit to the plant because we need water. You need water for transpiration. Sorry, you need water for photosynthesis. You need water for metabolic processes. And water is actually a limiting factor for photosynthesis. And here you are losing water. Okay, good. So water loss is what is something that is not good. But there's no way plants could avoid it. Because you see, we need to keep the stomata open. If the stomata doesn't open to carbon, if you look here, if the stomata doesn't open, if the stomata are not opening, that is also dangerous. If stomata are not opening, what it means here is that water will not work. Water will not, the carbon, the stomata need to open. Okay, so the carbon dioxide will also pass through the what? The stomata into the inner parts of the leaf for photosynthesis to occur. So if the stomata are always closed, then it means that it will become difficult for what? For carbon dioxide to enter the plant leaf for photosynthesis to occur. Okay, so yeah, so in as much as it is what it is necessary word, it is evil, it is something we can't avoid it. Okay, so we lose water, the plants will lose water when the temperature is high, they will lose water. Some plants can lose water at the point of death. They can't do anything about it. When temperature is high, the plants will be losing water. Okay, when there is prolonged drought, the plants will lose water. Okay, and there's nothing plants can do about it. It's just it's unavoidable and it's dangerous. Plants can't do anything about it. Okay, no matter what it does, it will still lose water. Okay, no matter even the mechanisms it puts in place, it will still lose water. Okay, and sometimes extreme windy. Yes, please. I'm listening, please. Hello. Hello. Okay, so no matter what it does, it can put certain mechanisms in place to slow it down, but it will still lose water no matter what. Even cactus and co that have reduced their leaves into spines, okay, they still lose water.
Hello.
Okay, any questions so far? Okay, so even cactus and all those xerophytes that are in deserts, okay, that you think that they've put on mechanisms to reduce water loss, they will still lose water. They will still lose it. Okay, good. So when you come to transpiration is what? It's unavoidable and is dangerous. Okay, unavoidable in a sense that once living cells are exposed, they are going to lose water. There's nothing you can do about it. No matter what you do, put all the mechanisms you do, you will still lose water. Just that you can put some mechanism to slow it down, but no matter what, you lose water. So this is the downside of what? Of transpiration. It's necessary evil, okay? Necessary, which is unavoidable and is dangerous. You are losing water, all right? And sometimes during drought, there's not much water in the soil, but you are still losing water. Okay, good. So let's see the good aspect of it. Okay, what makes transpiration important or good? So you see, it creates, you see, from what we talked about earlier on, we say that transpiration creates what? Suction force, okay, and help to ascend the word, help in the ascent of sap. All right, so the water in the word. So from what we talked about it previously, we said that the water in the soil, in the leaves, must leave, and when they leave, that tension even helps water to be what? Absorbed from the soil. Okay, so transpiration is not only doing just about water absorption from what we said previously is also creating that sort of suction force, okay, that tension that drives water right from the what? From the bottom of the root, the xylem, right from the root through the what? The stem to the what? To the leaves. Okay, so it creates some sort of what? Some sort of what? Suction. Okay, it creates some sort of suction, and then this suction, okay, help in the ascent of what? Sap. Okay, create the word, the ascent of what? Sap. All right, good. So we have the word. So we have the the advantage of word of transpiration is that it creates this tension in the word in the leaves, and this tension cause water to be drawn, okay, from the root all the way through the stem to the leaves. Okay, so that it helps in the ascent of what? Sap. And actually transpiration plays major role in sending the water right all the way from the what? From the xylem of the root all the way up in the leaves. Okay, they also aid in water absorption. Remember what we just talked about previously? We're talking about that water, one of the passive absorption mechanism is that as the water is lost through the leaves, it actually creates the tension that that pulls the water from the shell all the way into the xylem. Okay, so also affect or the influence water absorption. And then we're helping evaporating excess water from the plants. Yes, in as much as plant needs water, too much of everything is bad. Okay, so sometimes if we're a plant that is you are living in water, if we're water lily or some of this hydrophyte, okay, having too much water in your plant tissues is also bad. And so the best ways some plants deal with that is to do what? Is to allow some to evaporate, okay, as a result of what? As a result of transpiration. So some will be evaporated through transpiration. Okay, so some will be evaporated through transpiration. Okay, some will be evaporated through transpiration. Okay, all right, great. Then we have what? Then we have the next thing that we could also talk about is that they also play a role in what? In translocating food from one portion to another. You see, here we are, even though it's not direct, but the water that is involved, okay, helps in what? In creating that sort of what? It helps the food, okay, movement of food from one point to another, okay. And then like the question that our brother asked about the temperature, okay, that the way human beings will lose water. Yes, so in this case too, the loss of water help to what? Create this sort of constant cool temperature. It helps to the plant internal tissues of plant to maintain a constant cool stable temperature for the leaves. Okay, because when the temperature of the leaves is too high, it can also influence what? Photosynthesis. Okay, so transpiration occurs to keep the inner part of the plant tissues at what? At constant cool temperature. All right, good. And then what else again? We can also say that, okay, the opening and the closure, okay, remember that during transpiration, okay, the stomata keep open, okay, the stomata are open during transpiration, and this opening of the stomata keep the surface of the stomata wet, okay, for influx what? Carbon dioxide, because we need a carbon dioxide for photosynthesis. Okay, so and then after respiration too, we need the oxygen to come out of the leaves. All right, so transpiration brings about the opening and then the closure of the stomata, which indirectly influence the process of what? Photosynthesis as well as transpiration. So opening of the stomata, you know, that will keep the influx of carbon dioxide into the intercellular space in the what? In the plant's leaves, so that the plants will use the carbon dioxide for photosynthesis. Okay, and then the last point here Not okay. The last point here is the word affect diffusion pressure deficit. Okay, thereby indirectly helping what diffusion through the cells. Okay, so they also influence diffusion pressure deficit. So indirectly, they're also contributing to diffusion through cells. All right, good. Okay, so that is why, in fact, the point that I said, this is just the elaboration of it. Okay, so transpiration isn't necessary at all. Yes, it is. All right, transpiration dissipates what heat energy, the excess heat energy the plant receives, just like the way our body, when the temperature is high, we do what? We sweat. So when we sweat, then the excess heat that our body has acquired will be what? Will be evaporated by latent heat of vaporization. So similar thing happens. Yes, please.
Please, I'm asking.
Please.
I want to know whether that all the plants that be affected by transpiration, because some of the leaves during the dry season, their leaves are still fresh. Does it mean we also affect by transpiration?
Yes,
We
please.
also lose water.
Yes. So let's take it this way that during the dry season, some plants, the vast majority of plants loss, of water loss in plants occurs through the stomata. That's through the leaves. All right. But you see, even when you lose all the leaves during dry season, what about the lenticel? What about the lenticel, the back of the plant? Okay. What about this one? You lose water through those small holes here. I was saying those small cracks within the back of the plant. You lose water through them. Okay. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is, you can't avoid it, but they can slow it down. Okay, like as I said earlier on, that the vast majority of transpiration occurs through the stomata. So what the plants can do is that the plant can slow down that process by losing the leaves. Okay, but that doesn't mean that it's going to, transpiration will stop. No, it can't, because even when you lose the leaves, still transpiration can occur through the back of the plant. Okay, stem. Okay, all right, great.
Hello,
So
Doc.
yes, please.
Okay, please let me also ask this. When we say transpiration occurs during the daytime, in the case of cactus and those succulent plants in the hot areas where they are during the day, when they open their stomata, they will lose vast quantity of water.
Yes, please.
Do they also transpire during the day?
They do. So transpiration doesn't only, that transpiration, you see, the vast majority of it occurs during the day. Let me put it that way. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Because
Yes,
when your leaves are there, okay, let's take it this way. Pineapple, let's take pineapple like that. When pineapple leaves are there, okay, during the day, definitely on the surface of the leaves, they will lose water, just there's not as much as it will lose through the stomata. Have you seen it? You will lose it no matter what. Once you are living tissue that you are exposed, you will lose water. Once the sun is on, you will lose water. You will lose it. Just like it wouldn't be matched. Okay. Some of these plants, they have mechanisms. Some of these xerophytes, they have mechanism to reduce the rate of water loss. That doesn't mean that it will stop entirely. No. You can reduce it, but you can't stop it. Do you understand what I'm saying here?
Yes, Doc.
Once you are living tissue, okay. Once right now, you see, right now, you are sitting in your room. Still, you are losing water. Just that is, you see, you are not losing much water. Why? Because your skin is still exposed. The skin cells are still exposed. They will lose water. Right?
Yes, Doc. What I want to know is some plants, do they also transpire in the night? Like transpiration occurs in some plants in the night. That's my
oh,
point.
that's your question. Transpiration occurs in the night.
Yes,
okay.
Because these succulent plants, it seems they always open their stomata in the night because they perform photosynthesis in two different phases, where in the night they take carbon dioxide, and in the afternoon they close the stomata and recycle the stored carbon dioxide for photosynthesis. So that's what I'm asking. Since in the night that they open the stomata, will transpiration occur?
Oh, that's a very beautiful question. Well done, well done. The one you are talking about, we call them C4 plant and CAM plant. Well done. That's a nice one. We will do good. So in some plants, like yes, so for CAM plants, C4 plants, okay, in CAM plants, they will not open their stomata during the day, because when they open their stomata during the day, they will lose a lot of water. And they tend to dwell in an environment where there is high temperature. The temperature is very high. So in order to avoid losing a lot of water, they have decided that, okay, they've evolved mechanism whereby they keep their stomata closed during the day. Are you there? Closed during the day,
Yes.
and at night they open it, as more or less a defensive mechanism against water loss. Good. Okay. So yes. So in this case, for C4 plant and CAM plant, at night when they open their stomata, yes, there could be water loss there. Okay. Water could come out of their stomata. Okay. All right. But even that, the daytime, they will still lose water during the daytime. Do you understand what I'm saying? They will still lose water during the daytime, but not even not through the stomata. It will be through somewhere else in the plant, like on the surface of their leaves, the cuticle, or at the back of the plant. Just that the stomata is responsible for about 80% of water loss. Okay, all right. But no matter what, you will lose water in the day. Any plant in daytime, no matter who you are, you will lose water in the day. If even not through the stomata, even though the stomata account for the vast majority. So some plants, they've evolved mechanism of closing their stomata during the day, which is good. Okay. But what happens is that you can lose the water on the surface of the stomata, even though on the surface of the cuticle. Even though some plants tend to have very thick cuticle. If you go to northern Ghana and those desert areas, some plants have very thick cuticle. Yes, the thickness of the cuticle will tell you that, oh, it will slow down. It will slow the process, but that doesn't mean that it will stop it. Okay, all right. If we are supposed to lose one bucket, maybe to slow down to one drop. Do you understand that? Or one cup, but it is still, you are still losing it. Okay, so yes, so those CAM plant and C4 plant, they close their stomata during the day in order to reduce the rate of transpiration. Okay, but they can still lose water through the cuticle as well as the back of the plant. Okay, well, but that's a very nice one. Okay, well, spot on. Well done. Okay, so yeah, so so it's very necessary for transpiration to occur. You can see that the transpiration tends to dissipate excess heat in the body, okay, in the plant, okay, in the body of the plant, and then small amounts of air like that, the conduction, okay, like heat. All right, so sometimes the heat that the plant has acquired, okay, so the heat that is being absorbed, okay, as the water vapor is going, okay, some of the heat is used to vaporize the water, okay, because too much heat in the plant could be injurious to the plant, could be very harmful, okay, to the plant. So it is necessary photosynthesis occurs, because it occurs so that excess heat that the plant has acquired, okay, can be dissipated in the form of what? By using the heat to vaporize water, okay? All right, good. So it is very necessary for transpiration to occur. So transpiration is a necessary evil. If you allow it to open, you lose water. If it doesn't open to, carbon dioxide wouldn't come. Okay, and then and if you don't allow it to, heat buildup will be too much for plants, and plants need to get rid of the excess heat in its tissues. Okay, all right, great. Well done. Okay, so I think let's wrap up quickly. So, as I just said, we have various kind of transpiration. We can talk of cuticular transpiration. This one, that's a transpiration that occurs through the cuticle of plant leaves. Okay, all right. So the cuticle on the that waxy cuticle on the surface of plant leaves, okay, is responsible for for transpiration. Good. It's waxy. So if the cuticle is very thick, okay, you are not going to lose a lot of water. Okay, but if the cuticle is thin cuticle means that a lot of water. Okay, so cuticle varies right from the stem to stem as well as in the leaves as well. Okay, and so if you have very thick cuticle, you don't lose a lot of water. But if you have thin cuticles, okay, you are going to lose a lot of water. So a lot of water plants tend to lose water through their cuticle. And when you lose water through the cuticle, that's what we term as cuticular transpiration. And sometimes in some plants, it can go all the way up to 20% of the total transpiration. And then we have the lenticel. So the lenticel is where I say that it's okay at the back. Okay, the back, BARK, okay, the back of the stem. Okay, so the back of the stem, there are these cracks within there. Okay, so these cracks at the back of the stem, they tend to have this loosely arranged cells. And these loosely arranged cells, what do they do? Okay, these loosely arranged cells, okay, they are cells that are actually where they lose water, but you can see it's not all that much. I'm looking at that. So under normal circumstances like that, the amount of water lost in the form of vapor through lenticel is just about 0.1% of the total loss. Okay, so it's not really that much as compared to stomata. Stomata is about 80%. Okay, so lenticular transpiration is what it occurs through the back of the plant. It's not all that much compared to the stomata and then cuticular. All right, and finally the most important one is the stomata transpiration. And the stomata transpiration, that is whereby the loss of water occurs through the stomata. Okay, and then remember, as I said earlier on, the opening and the closure of the stomata is performed by the gut cells. The opening and the closure of the stomata is performed by the gut cells. Okay, the gut cells. When the gut cells are turgid, the stomata will open, and then when they are flaccid, the stomata will close. Okay, good. And stomatal transpiration accounts for 80 to 90% of the total water loss. Okay, so water loss as a result of the stomatal transpiration account for 80 to 90% of water loss. Okay, all right. So that is that. Okay, so this is the stomatal transpiration. Okay, let me just tidy up this slide and then we'll call it a day. And then God willing, next week when we meet, then I will wrap everything up for you. Okay, so the last, let me pick this one here. So when you look at the stomata, if you look at the stomata here, the singular is the word, is the stoma. And then these are the gut cells. And actually, gut cells are the only epidermal cells of the plant. You know, most of the epidermal cells, they don't contain stomata. Okay, because their primary function is not for photosynthesis. But gut cells in the gut cells, okay, of the leaves, they contain what? They contain a chloroplast for photosynthesis. Okay, and then so with this gut cell, they control the opening and closure of this hole here, which is the stoma. It's the singular, and the plural is what? Stomata, which is the closure. Okay, which is controlling the opening and then the closing of the word of the stomata. Okay, so when the carbon dioxide levels are when the carbon dioxide levels are low, okay, sometimes when the carbon dioxide level inside the plant they are low, what happens? The gut cell will do what? Will gain water as a result of what? As a result of osmosis. Okay, let's say carbon dioxide levels in the intercellular space, of the leaves is what is low, then the gut cell, water will move from the other epidermal cells into the gut cell, causing the gut cell to become turgid. Okay, and when gut cell becomes turgid, it assumes this shape, this beautiful shape here, and then water will move into the what the out of the gut cell, and in doing so, other gases, carbon dioxide and stuff like that can come in. Okay, good. So you can see that even the concentration of carbon dioxide in the intercellular space can even influence the closure and the opening of the gut cells, to the extent that when carbon dioxide is low in the intercellular space, the gut cells will do what? Will open. Okay, and when gut cells, when they open, water will be what? Water will be evaporated through the stomata. Okay, good. And then, okay, high concentration of carbon dioxide in there. Okay, when we have enough carbon dioxide in there, sometimes will cause the what? Will cause the gut cells to close. They become flaccid by losing water, and then they will close. Okay, all right, good. And we can even get some. Okay, so that's $1 billion question. What happens if the stomata were permanently open? What will happen? What do you think will happen? What do you think will happen if the stomata are permanently open? What do you think will happen?
The leaves will wither.
The leaves will wither. I mean, you lose all the water. Okay, so you can't stay permanently opened. Okay, all right, you can't stay permanently opened. All right, good. Okay, so I wish I could just finish this. Okay, good. All right, so I will leave here. Okay, because I know you have another class, so you need a little bit break, and then prepare for the next class. Okay, all right, good. But what I want you to know is that the stomata, there are distributions of stomata. Okay, some plants like that, they are distributed. The stomata are found on only undersurface of the plant's leaves. Okay, only at the undersurface of the plant's leaves. There are some plants, the stomata are found on what? On the lower surface. Okay, and then less on the upper surface. So they have few on the upper surface, but they are not all that much. And they are in most plants, you will see the leaves on the what? On the just the under surface of the epidermis. Okay, the under surface of the leaf. And in some plants, you just few will be on the upper surface, and then the others will be in the lower surface. Okay, all right. And then we have some plants too, whereby the stomata are found distributed equally. Okay, all right. So for things like grasses and maize and oats, those cereals, okay, you see that the stomata, okay, the stomata distribution is what? Equally in both upper epidermis and the lower epidermis. And then if you come to the water lily type, the stomata are found distributed upon the upper surface. And it makes sense because the stomata, the lower surface of water lily, is attached to the soil. They are aquatic plants. Have you seen it? There is only, so in this case, you see, in aquatic plant, there is no need for you to have your stomata on the undersurface. Why do you need it in undersurface? For what? Because the undersurface, there is water there. Okay, if you look at water lily, okay, water lily on the surface of the plant, okay, so in this case, the stomata can only be found in the what? In the upper epidermis, okay, in most aquatic plants, that's what. And then in some plants, the stomata is completely absent, or it's a vestige. Vestige means that it's non-functional, okay, all right. And this one is the word, that is the plant that are, those aquatic plants that have fully submerged. Okay, well, I mean, your whole body is submerged in water. What do you need stomata for? Okay, your entire body is in water. So in some plants, the stomata are absent, or they are vestigial. Vestigial means that they are non-functional. Okay, they are vestige. Okay, they don't function, they don't play any significant role. Okay, all right, good. So we'll end our class here. so that you take a little bit of a break and you prepare for the next class. So I will do this thing and add questions to it, just like the way I did last week for you, so that you can use the questions to revise. And my apologies to those who sent the questions to me, your answers to me that I've not responded. Please, I will do that. Okay, the week was a little bit rough, so that's why I couldn't do that. But please, I will provide you the answers to the trial questions that I sent. Okay. So on this note, thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure having you. Okay, and I'm looking forward to meeting you next week, God willing. Have a blessed day and enjoy the rest of your class. And may God richly bless you.
Thank you, sir. God bless you.
Amen.
Thank you,
So,
doctor.
so Nimatu, please, I'm going to polish up the slide a little bit, and then I will send it to the Council of Elders, and then please they will make it available to the class. Right? Thank you so much. Okay. All right. You have a nice day. Okay. And please do have fun. Okay. All right. Good.
And the animal of your